NAEGE, who is unavoidably absent, but represented by none other than the representative of the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society on the board of the PTI. He's the chairman of the Fundraising and Government Liaison Committee of this conference. We refer to him as King of the Boys. His friends call him Luffy. I'm introducing none other than Prince Benga Lufadeju, FNAEGE, FNMGS, FNAH, FNAPI. You're most welcome, sir. We are very proud to have you in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to bring those two personalities first before I bring these two personalities to join them. These fellows of our society, these giants of our society, have contributed in no small way to the growth and development of NAEGE. They are indeed the ones who we can regard as the hosts of this conference. Permit me to bring and introduce to you the president of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, Dr. Waliu Kayode Adeolu, FNAEGE. You can see that NAEGE is youthful. You can see our president. That is a standard champion. You're welcome, sir. Permit me to also introduce a mentor, a teacher, someone who finds it easy to provide his shoulders as launch pad for the young. The past president of NAEGE is the current vice president, Africa region of the IAEG, Professor Tamunuene Kingdom Abam, FNMGS, FNAEGE. Congratulations, sir, for all you do. We are indeed very happy and proud to be associated with you. You are most welcome, sir. As you are aware, this program is not just about Nigeria. We are hosting Africa. And fortunately for us, in our midst, we have a delegation from South Africa. And because of that, I'm going to bring someone who is a chief engineering geologist, a project leader in the Council of Geosciences of South Africa, Sifiso Ngubelanga. Sifiso, please come forward. You are most welcome. Yesterday, Sifiso had a taste of Eba and Efo Rio, and I'm sure he's going to have fond memories of our country. You're welcome. I would have protested the sitting on a high table, but where I come from, we are gender sensitive. But I guess I am lucky because the last person to join them is a woman. And you know, despite the fact that men are the head, the women are the neck. And it's where the neck decides that the head goes. A round of applause for our women, please. This whole conference has a lot of sponsors. However, one of them stands out. This sponsor found it very easy to give support to the organization of this conference. And hence, I'm delighted to introduce to you the Managing Director, CEO Planet Projects Limited, a transport solutions company that's providing expertise in traffic engineering, urban renewal, and infrastructural development. I'm introducing to you Engineer Biodu Otunola, who is ably represented here by Mrs. Olubumi Goodluck Ikoro. Mrs. Goodluck Ikoro, please join the high table, please. You are most welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for members of this side. Of course, we have several distinguished personalities who are here with us today. And as we go on with the program, I will introduce them. However, permit me to introduce one of our past presidents who is regarded as the father of modern NAEGE, and that is my own teacher, my supervisor, mentor, and father, Professor Gabriel Oladapo Adeyemi. You are most welcome, sir. We also have in our midst one of our fellows, one of our teachers, someone who has done a lot, particularly with site remediation. As young undergraduate students, we used to read his articles. Please permit me to introduce the Quondam Director of HIPREP, Professor P.D. Shekolo, Fellow of NAEGE. Another Fellow of NAEGE, who is a man who has many parts to him. However, one part stands out, and that is philanthropy. I'm not aware of anyone in the geosciences community in the last 5 to 10 years who has sponsored more students to any of the geosciences conferences in this country. Every year, whether it is NAPE conference, NMGS conference, NAEGE conference, NAEGE conference, this retiree finds it easy to sponsor students so that they can gain from the conference. Please permit me to introduce to you Mr. Isaac Odedere, F. NAEGE. Thank you very much, sir. We are so proud of you. The students are happy that every time you give them the support. May God continue to bless you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great honor to also let you know that NAEGE has members of the Executive Council. And with that, I'd like to introduce the Vice President, North NAEGE, Dr. Salome Waziri, who is the head Department of Geology, Federal University of Technology, Mina. You are most welcome, ma. We call her Mama NAEGE. She is the treasurer of our society, Dr. Mrs. Ata Fakeye, F. NAEGE. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware that the chairman of Lagos chapter, who is also a member of the Executive Council, who is also a fellow of our society, Mr. Frank Ikwenwa, is in our midst. Please stand up for recognition, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not forgive myself if I don't introduce this personality. He is actually the chairman of the local organizing committee for this conference. He is none other than Professor Lukman Adeoti. Professor Lukman Adeoti. The General Secretary of our society is Mr. Lukman Aziz. Mr. Lukman Aziz. Also, the chairman of NAEGE Abuja chapter, who is also a member of the Executive Council, is none other than Dr. Stephen Obrike. Dr. Stephen Obrike. Before I continue with the program, please permit me to let you know that this program is covered by gentlemen of the press. And I'm aware that we have with us Channels Television. A round of applause for them. I'm also aware that Arise TV is here. A round of applause for Arise TV. We also have TVC here with us. I'm also aware that we have Punch newspapers here with us. We also have Vanguard with us. I'm also aware that the Nation newspapers is here. Please, a round of applause for them. In our midst, we also have City Pulse Online and the News Agency of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for them. The Nigerian Association for Engineering Geology is an association that seeks to show what the geosciences have to do with structures. And hence, it's an important society in this country that must be given its due place. Every day, we talk about foundation design, we talk about subsoil investigation, we talk about environmental consultancy, and all these are very, very important. And NAEGE comes to the rescue. Please, a round of applause for NAEGE. Ladies and gentlemen, I knew that the state of aquatic splendor was not going to disappoint. I also knew that in a state where you have an achiever, a distinguished personality, someone with suave and the right courage, someone who walks with measured steps, someone who is a former banker, an icon, a three-time commissioner, I knew they were not going to disappoint us. A round of applause for that person I'm about to introduce. It's not easy to be a great aquakite. It's not easy to be an alumnus of the Lagos Business School. It's also not easy to be an alumnus of the London School of Business. And when you had the Harvard Kennedy School of Government as part of the schools this personality attended, then you know the kind of person I am introducing. No wonder we can feel his impact in governance. We can see the rail project. We can see other infrastructural projects going on. This fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Training and Development is none other than His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. My governor, your governor, our governor deserves more than that. Despite the fact that there's a summit, the IAEG summit, taking place right now at the Eco Hotels and Suites, the Lagos State government feels that this conference is very important. And hence, we have in our midst another distinguished personality who is representing the governor. He is by no means a man of timber and caliber, as we call it. Someone who can hold his own at any time. He is the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Engineer Tayo Bamboshe Martins. You are most welcome, sir. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir. We are so happy to have you here. Please let our governor, His Excellency, know that we appreciate him immensely. We are full of gratitude. God bless you plenty, sir. Without much further ado, please permit me to invite the President of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, Dr. Waliu Kayode Adeolu, to give the welcome address. Dr. Kayode Adeolu.
His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by the Commissioner of Fiscal Planning, very distinguished colleagues, members of the high table, friends of NAEGE, friends of IAEG, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the National Executive Council of the Nigerian Association for the Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, I welcome you all to Lagos, the Commercial Nerve Center of Nigeria, for the 7th Annual International Conference of NAEGE, which also doubles as the 3rd African Regional Congress of IAEG. May I also acknowledge the presence of the dignitaries from around the world, the African region, and the host, Nigeria, too numerous to single out today. You are all warmly welcome and well received to this notable IAEG African Regional Congress and NAEGE Conference, Lagos 2022. Please permit me to know that this event is very significant because Lagos, being the coastal commercial nerve center and former capital city of Nigeria, is at its most critical time in terms of engineering, geology, and the environmental sustainability. Having witnessed building collapse at a rate of 2 in every 3 months in the recent past. There is also a general dearth of infrastructure for properly functioning cities in Nigeria and Africa. The theme of this conference and congress, Engineering Geology, Imperative for Infrastructural Development and Sustainability of Cities in Africa, with the following sub-themes: building collapse, the nexus between geology, foundation suitability, and structural stability; geohazard, infrastructural stability, and environmental sustainability; advances and innovation in soil and rock characterizations; geophysics in subsurface engineering, geological mapping and characterization; engineering geological mapping for sustainable infrastructure. These sub-teams they are very apt in view of the challenges confronting African cities that are witnessing a surge in rural and urban migration. Africa's regional neotectonism and seismology are also generating geological hazard, begging for earthquake engineering geological competencies, and the need for codification of seismic geotechnical investigations, geostructural designs, and construction of earthquake resistance infrastructure for African cities. Global temperature trends and predictions also depict an unabated rise in the next decade, indicating the challenge global carbon dioxide management and the climate change pose to ground engineering and geotechnical strategies for environmental sustainability in our once serene Earth. Low-lying coastal cities at risk of extinction from the rising sea level, from flooding, from salinization of the groundwater aquifer. They underscore the need for climate change adaptation, mitigation strategies, and sustainable geotechnical practices for the sustainability of cities in Africa and the globe at large. This IAEG Congress and NAEGE International Convocation of Intellectuals and Experts looks forward to coming up with geological engineering solutions for sustainable human habitation and occupancy in cities in these contemporary times. In a bit of progress, the NAEGE National Executive Council would like to note that our efforts at entrenching engineering geological practice in Nigeria are receiving a boost with recent advocacy we have embarked upon. Consequently, the nation's National Building Code and its domestication in Lagos are being reviewed. This is directed at stemming the incessant building collapse, the loss of irreparable human resources and material properties, and the associated environmental degradation. NAEGE is playing a leading role in this process. We also wish to use this medium to remind our NAEGE members about our project Engineering Geological Mapping of Cities, and we call on all to support the idea with geo-referenced and reliable geotechnical data towards the realization of this goal for urban planning and development. Once again, we welcome you all to Lagos 2022. Enjoy the Congress. Èkó ò ní bàjẹ́ o. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure you agree with me that my president deserves a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, when the Honorable Commissioner for Fiscal Planning was coming in, he didn't come alone. And he came in with someone who is also very important in the scheme of things when it comes to structures in Lagos State. This distinguished personality, who is a registered town planner, someone who has paid his dues, is none other than the General Manager, Lagos State Fiscal Planning Permit, Town Planner Sunday Kehinde Oshinaike. Please, a round of applause for. You will agree with me that our governor is dangling. The Honorable Commissioner too is dangling. And the GM Fiscal Planning Permit is also dangling. A round of applause for three of them. You are most welcome, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you for all you have been doing. Our members say you have done a lot, particularly when it comes to releasing permits. We appreciate you. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to bring forward, to present his speech. That is the Vice President, Africa of the International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, who is also a past president of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, Professor Tamunene Kingdom Abam, FNMGS, NAEGE.
Very much. Excellent. His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, the Chairman of this occasion, distinguished members from the high table, my colleagues and friends. There are many here today whose presence ought to be personally acknowledged. But please permit me to, on behalf of the International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, welcome you all with great pleasure to this joint conference. It gladdens my heart to see all our members and others with broad interests in engineering and environmental geology and geotechnics, and of course, friends of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology seated in this hall. The International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment has evolved steadily since its establishment more than 50 years ago. Currently, IAEG has 6 regional structures with 8 vice presidents, of which Africa is one. The Africa region, with 3 national groups, has also come of age. A 4th national group, the Cameroonian National Group, is almost due for batting, and I believe its founding coordinator would be at this conference. We are now in the 3rd Regional Congress and forging stronger by the day. These conferences have also served as avenues to increase public awareness on the important roles of engineering geology in development and public safety through our leadership, advocacy, and applied researches in engineering geology and the environment. We believe that our members have a responsibility to assume stewardship over their fields of expertise. Membership of the association has also expanded. So also has our participation in the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences, as well as in the International Association for Engineering Geology and Environment activities. Africa today has been identified as a region with the most improvement in membership. NAEGE's strength in IAEG as well as in NMGS is shown by our numbers and quality of representation. We will continue to strive to make the association even more exciting. The last few years has seen IAEG and NAEGE members play dominant roles in the infrastructure sector. I'm optimistic that in no distant time, IAEG, NAEGE, and NMGS will work closely with government to advise decision makers and to shape opinions and to serve as a major force in the development of infrastructure in coming years. We are privileged to have strong presence in the new generation of engineering and environmental geologists, that is the young engineering geologists. I challenge the young engineering geologists to rally around the NAEGE president and the incoming IAEG vice president and ensure the continuous upward trajectory of IAEG as well as NAEGE. It gladdens me that the efforts of this class of members are already yielding fruits, even at the international level. Lastly, I'd like to seize the opportunity to formally inform our members of the emergence of Professor Moshood Tijani as the incoming IAEG Vice President, Africa, and solicit your continued support in his task of promoting engineering geology and the environment and environmental geology around Africa. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the Vice President, Africa Region of the International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, Professor TKS Abam. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this distinguished personality who I'm about to introduce is someone I am very proud of. A few months back, his agency organized a program where we had the opportunity to showcase the fact that the geosciences community is very important in the scheme of things when you are talking about buildings. This personality made it possible and even fast-tracked ensuring publication of the presentation. I'm also aware that when it comes to materials testing, this fellow is the one who makes things happen. He's our elder brother, a wonderful personality who has courage. And at every point in time, when you see him, you still think he's an undergraduate student with his looks. Ladies and gentlemen, this handsome personality is the GM of the Lagos State Materials Testing Laboratory, Engineer Funsho Elulolade. Engineer Funsho Elulade. You are most welcome, sir. With that, I'd like to invite the chairman of today's event, our past president, our father, our teacher, our mentor, Sir Professor Clifford Songo Temen, FNAEGE, FNMGS, to give the chairman's remarks.
Our governor's representative, Vice President, IAEG Africa, representative of NMGS and Chairman of PTI Committee, our young, ever-ready President of NAEGE, Madam, I greet you. And then my friend from South Africa, please tell them we are coming to Botswana. I've been there, it's a wonderful place. And I don't mind coming again, passing through South Africa to Botswana, like I did last time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy today that NAEGE has come of age. NAEGE has come of age. We're going to have about 30 collapse lecture today. But let me tell you one thing. Without the engineering geologists, there will be no end to building collapse. No end. We have come on age, we have come on the stage, and I promise you there will be no building collapse again in Nigeria. I'll give you an example. In my state of Rivers State, up to 6 years ago, buildings are collapsing every year. Last one was so bad that there was a punch failure, what they call paint failure. Don't worry, when I give my talk, I'll tell you what is punch failure. The whole building, 3-story building, went down. People are still trapped here. So when that happened, we said no, no, no. Then I called the then chairman of NAEGE and the then chairman of Nigerian Geological Station, then Professor Samuel Ejeze, put our heads together, went and met the governor. He said, sir, what to put an end to it? University. Since then to now, every building 1 story and above is mandatory and compulsory or to solid. Don't be surprised, those of us in Port Harcourt have done some 400 and something jobs, some 300 and something jobs. Some of them have done more than that. Don't be surprised that those of us in Port Harcourt are doing a lot because we have mandatory solid for every building that's 1 story and above. I appeal to Lagos State, please tell our Excellency through you that takes place in Lagos. By the time we do that in Lagos, I assure you, building collapse will be reduced drastically, if not reduced finally. So on this note, I welcome all of you to this gathering. Especially young geologists who are here, young engineering geologists from the schools. All of you are practitioners. Those who are coming to the conference for the first time in their life. This is what the international conference looks like. And I assure you, please to come once again. This is a unique occasion for us to showcase to the world that we are a part and parcel of the stability of buildings in Nigeria. If all of us can listen to the lectures in this conference and adhere to them, my governor from Lagos, again, I said, send a present to him. You send whatever I do to him. That would be personal involvement of NAEGE individuals. Building collapse reduced. Welcome again to this unique opportunity of having this beautiful conference. I must confess, this is one of the best venues I've seen. It's even better than the one we had in California. It's a practical. Kingdom they are doing. So I thank Lagos chapter. Lagos is a center of excellence. They always excel whenever they host. When they host NMGS, it's something else. Not they host it, NAEGE, it's something else. So let's give a round of applause to Lagos. So I welcome all of you. Please listen attentively to every lecture here. You won't regret it. And I'm sure the younger ones will all leave petroleum and other to join us. We are the link to stability in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished Sir Professor Clifford Temen. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, sir. Permit me to let you know, sir, that We have rocks, which weather into soils. The process of weathering of rocks is a process understood by the geoscientists. The materials we use for construction works are, in most cases, gotten from the rocks. And I can share experiences. We're talking about cement. When you talk about cement, talk about limestone. We all know limestone is a chemically active rock. If you site a building on a place where the base is limestone, you must be prepared for jointing. At the same time, if you want to site a landfill site on a material like limestone, you know, because it's a chemically active rock, when it comes in contact with water, there's production of the acid, which breaks down the fabric. If you want to site a dam, sir, you cannot also put it on an unstable base because the foundation will collapse. With all this I am saying, I'm only trying to let you know, sir, that Lagos State needs to also key in to the fact that the geoscientists are perhaps the most important. The buildings will keep coming down if we don't take into cognizance expertise on foundation investigation for the structures. And I'm told, sir, that you have been in the vanguard for that. God bless you plenty. We want more. Please do it, and everything will be fine with Lagos State, our own state. A round of applause for His Excellency. With that short synopsis, permit me to bring here the president and #1 geoscientist in this country, the president of the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, Alabo, C.D. Charles, FNMGS, NAEGE, who is ably represented by another distinguished personality who is the representative of the NMGS on the board of the PTI, is also a fellow of NAEGE, a fellow of the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, a fellow of the Nigerian Association of Petroleum Explorationists, a fellow of the Nigerian Association of Hydrogeologists, the king of the boys, Prince Benga Lufadeju.
Thank you, my boy. Our executive governor of Lagos State will be represented by Honorable Commissioner of Physical Planning. Chairman of the occasion, President of RIDE, President of NAEGE, Madam, distinguished past President of NAEGE, distinguished elders, ladies and gentlemen. This is an address from the President of NMGS, Nigeria Mining and Geosciences Society, Alabo C.D. Charles, FNMGS, FNAEGE, FNIS, JP. Chief Alabo could not come, so he had to send this message to me to present it at this occasion. And I've looked at the message. I wanted to edit it, but as you know, our president is a man of letters. So I didn't say anything to remove. And as such, I'm going to read it as he has sent it to me. I hope you bear with me. It is my pleasure. When I say my, please note that it is Alabo Charles that is talking, not Benga Lufadeju. So it is my pleasure and honor to deliver this at the beginning of the 3rd African Regional Congress of the International Association of Engineering, Geology and the Environment. and also the 7th Annual International Conference. The theme of the conference, Engineering Geology, Imperative for Infrastructural Development and Sustainability of Cities in Africa, is very apt and engaging in view of our ever-changing world. The knowledge of physical environments is important to urban development because properties of earth materials, landscape, climate, and local hydrology affect urban growth. Understanding the physical properties and behavior of earth materials may, for example, lead to 1, the selection of better and safer construction sites. 2, the conservation of natural resources essential for cities' development. And 3, the preservation of aesthetic resources that enhance quality of urban life. Engineering geology in urban development can help to determine the physical properties of earth materials and to locate deposits of economic value from which the cities in Africa can benefit. Costly repairs and maintenance can also be greatly minimized, and expensive construction may be avoided with knowledge of engineering geology. Even cost savings can be greatly achieved if natural resources are located at the planning stage and if properly managed will enhance sustainable urban development. Generally, engineering geosciences provide a systematic knowledge of construction materials and their occurrence, formation, durability, strength, hardness, and uses. It is envisaged that for safer cities, a detailed geological report should typically be prepared with accompanying maps and sections. The detailed geological report should contain critical geoscience information such as rock, soil types, their bearing capacities, fault lines, among others, which are invaluable for urban infrastructural development. The lack of this critical input has contributed in stifling the growth of our cities and also led to catastrophic cases of failure and collapse of engineering structures in urban centers. It is good to note that the consequences of non-integration of geosciences fully in the development of engineering structures in cities is becoming more obvious in our nation and indeed our continent. The state of building collapse is becoming increasingly alarming, drawing concern from the government and other stakeholders. Several factors have been fingered as the causes of building collapse, but far the most important is the lack of professional supervision in determination of the foundation characteristics and effective supervision of the entire city development process. To help stem this tide, it has been suggested that government at all levels will establish a functional engineering geological units for pre-construction investigations of projects. Also, engineering geological investigation should always precede city development projects like transport, infrastructure, buildings, excavations, activities, and so on. Only practicing and duly registered professionals should endorse engineering, geological, or soil investigators' reports for better and safer city development. Regulatory bodies should be empowered to enforce the laws with relevant guidelines and sanctions. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a current world population of shy of about 80 billion people, the world is becoming a place in which human populations are getting more crowded, more consuming, more polluting, more connected, and in many ways less diverse than at any time in history. It is imperative that for humans to thrive in a sustainable way in our planet, we must learn from our mistakes and successes by improving on our interaction with the environment. we must continue to address critical development issues of our country and our continent, including climate change and its effect on more than just the global temperatures. Engineering geologists particularly have an obligation to future generations in providing safe and sustainable structure for our cities, while ensuring minimal environmental impact. As professionals, we must aim at providing sustainable geosciences information for urban managers and policymakers, including national representative, federal and state agencies, industry, academia, and other stakeholders in the sector. Nationally, NAEGE can continue to play leading roles in these innovative efforts in infrastructural development of our cities. The NMGS will continue to offer support to NAEGE as they drive geosciences innovation under the umbrella of our great society. Finally, I want to thank you all, distinguished guests and professionals, as I congratulate the IAEG on the hosting of the 3rd African Regional Congress and President of NAEGE, the youthful Dr. Adelu, and the executive and the entire membership for the great work they are doing. I also congratulate the immediate past president of NAEGE, Professor M.N. Tijani, on his election as Vice President, Africa of IAEG. I wish you all a wonderful and rewarding conference experience. Thank you. Alabo, C teachers, FNMGS, FNS, JP, 31st President of NMGS. Thank you and God bless you.
Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is around. I will come.
So I hereby hand over the speech to the President of NAEGE, Dr. Adeolu. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the #1 geoscientist in the country. Olowora area of Lagos. Magodo area of Lagos. Mudslide. Soil types. These are places where issues exist. And the geoscientists must be part of what is going on. Or else. And I know His Excellency understands more than what I have said. Your Excellency, thank you for all you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you earlier that we are hosting Africa. So this is not just about Nigeria. And hence, we're going to listen to a goodwill message from the project leader, Council for Geosciences of South Africa, Sifiso Ngubelanga. Sifiso, please come and say something. Goodwill message.
Thank you, President Director. Governor of the State of Lagos. Greetings to dignitaries in the front and various guests who are gathered here for this beautiful conference. I'm from the Council for Geosciences, South Africa. My name is Mr. Ngubelanga. I'm the Chief Engineering Geologist there. Under the section called Infrastructure and Land Use. We are really very, very honored and happy to be here to share a message and also take some learnings from our African brothers, our fellow professionals from Africa, just to see exactly how are you guys doing this time. And as well, also, we'd like to share some of the things that we are also doing on that side, and the kind of advancements that we are getting into when it comes to scientists. However, the message that I would like to give is a very short message to say, as scientists, I think there's a space that we have deserted for a very long time. By thinking that perhaps the science or the engineering that we're doing is enough. I just want to say, I think all of us, let's just take a back seat and think a little bit as to why are we doing science? Why are we doing engineering? We're doing that so as to make an impact into the society. And that impact can only be made when our science has been incorporated into the processes and programs of our government. And how we can do that is by making sure that the science that we do does not only end up in the publications, in the beautiful scientific publications, but that science that we do, it should ultimately find an expression in the laws of the country. Because if that doesn't happen, then it means the science that we do will remain in the journals. And I'm sure all of us as scientists, that is not what we want. What we want is to make an impact, a positive impact in the society. And by doing that, or by integrating the science into the law, or the laws that governs the building industry in the country, then by so doing, then we'll be achieving the ultimate goal that we wished for, which is to make sure that we will have an impact in our building society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sifiso. I can tell you for the truth that Sifiso and the South African delegation ate a bar and pounded yam yesterday night, and hence we have inducted them to the Nigerian culture. A round of applause for the South African delegation. The iron rod that we use for construction works is from iron ore. We understand all the processes that have brought that out. We also understand that for concrete, the different rock aggregates and fragments are from different rock types. Despite the fact that they call them all aggregates, we know that there's a difference between the rocks that are foliated, the rocks that have cleavages and joints. The geologists, the geoscientists, you cannot do without them when it comes to sustainable infrastructure. That is the way to go. A round of applause for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to bring forward for the final goodwill message the immediate past director of technical services of the hydrocarbon pollution remediation project, Professor P.D. Shekwolo of the Federal Ministry of Environment. Professor Shekwolo, sir.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Chairman of this important conference, Professor Clifford Kemi, and the other distinguished members of the high table and colleagues, good morning. I'm glad to bring this message from the Honorable Minister of Environment, Barrister Mohammed Abdullahi, who is unavoidably absent because of some other engagements in Abuja. He has a very good message for this important conference because he believes that environment is the mother. Environment, as you know it, is dynamic. Today we have very strange environmental impacts in the north, and in the middle belt we have very heavy rainfalls and we have floods everywhere, and this is an evidence that the climate change is real and it is here with us. Basically, with these changes, whether we like it or not, have impact on the geology. We have these flows themselves have impact on the hydrology and hydrogeology. And as such, when we are designing the foundations for our buildings, foundations for our houses and big structures, we must take into account these dynamics. These dynamics throws a challenge to the engineering hydrogeologist or engineering geologist to up the games to know that there is need to evolve the techniques to meet these challenges because of these changes that we experience in the environment due to the natural occurrences. And we need to be very much aware of these changes and to respond to them with appropriate measures because of the fact that the recommendations that we need to give to the engineers will depend on facts that it is not what they assumed in the past, but the dynamics you have to force them to adjust their designs and their practices. For instance, what engineer might think might be the mixture of cement to sand, with maybe the strength of the iron he might use for reinforcement was based on the knowledge that he had 10 years ago, will not be the same today because there are changes in the environment. So I believe that this gathering will afford us opportunities to look critically at such changes and to see how we can adapt and evolve the science of engineering. Thank you and have a nice meeting.
Thank you very much, sir, and sincere apologies. Professor P.D. Shekolo is still the Director of Technical Services of HYPREP. A round of applause for him. I'd like to let you know that we have a slight change in the program, which is before you. And hence, right now, I'm going to invite the Chairman, Technical Committee, who is also our teacher, Professor Samuel Olobaniyi, to present the conference communique to His Excellency, the Governor of the state. He will, however, read the communique first. I must let you know that yesterday we had a panel discussion where different intellectuals and practitioners did indicate and talk about the issue of sustainability of structures. And hence, this communique will be read and later presented to His Excellency before we move to the award of fellowship to His Excellency, the Governor of the state. Professor Olobaniyi, sir.
Thank you. All established protocols duly observed. Communique of the 3rd Regional Congress of the International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, and the 7th Annual International Conference of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, NAEGE, held between the 9th and 14th of October 2022 at the Sheraton Hotels, Lagos. The president of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, NAEGE, Dr. Waliu Kayode Adeolu, and the vice president Africa of the International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, Professor T.K.S. Abba, jointly convened the 7th NAEGE Annual International Conference and the 3rd Regional Congress of IAEG. The conference was held between the 9th and 14th day of October as a physical meeting with participants from all over the African continent. The 2022 annual international event focused on the theme Engineering Geology, Imperative for Infrastructural Development and Sustainability of Cities in Africa. As 7 lead papers 150 technical presentations covering the following conference of themes. 1, building collapse, the nexus between geology, foundation, and suitability and structural stability. 2, geohazards, infrastructural stability and environmental sustainability. 3, advances and innovation in soil and rock characterization. 4, geophysics, subsurface engineering, geological mapping and characterization. 5, engineering geological mapping for sustainable infrastructure. The IAEG and NAEGE conference noted with concern the increasing frequency of building collapse and failures of roads and related infrastructure, and recommended an urgent review of the relevant codes, recognizing the diversity in geological settings, subsurface conditions, and climatic conditions across the country. Participants equally noted the current issues of climate change and its attendant effects in the episodes of flash floods and increase in the pore pressure across geological formations, leading to increased incidence of building failures, road failures, and failures of other civil engineering structures. Deep concern over evolving unethical practices and non-involvement of relevant geological and engineering geological expertise in subsurface and material testing for projects from the initial stages were raised. The conference also stressed the invaluable importance of geological and geoengineering soil investigation as prerequisite for building sustainable cities in Africa. This will include proper planning in the pre-construction stages in the development of structures, infrastructure projects with proper input from professionals in geosciences to achieve environmental sustainability. The following key points were outlined during the presentation and subsequent panel discussions, as well as questions and answer sessions, with several far-reaching recommendations. 1, the collapses of many buildings and failures of roads, pavements, and other related structures in Nigeria, other parts of Africa, were linked to lack of adequate and comprehensive pre-construction subsoil investigation and adequate interpretation of results for application in design and construction, rather than the use of substandard materials only. The opinion of experts was that all infrastructural development, building, dams, roads, bridges, and tunnels should be preceded by pre-construction engineering geological investigation. 3, infrastructural development in Africa to put into consideration the dynamic nature and effect of climate change on civil construction, with measures put in place to mitigate both short and long-term effects brought about by climate change. 4, pre-construction investigation for any structure must provide geological and geotechnical data alongside with subsurface model of a site with a view to understanding the nature of foundation, soils, and rocks. And 5, underground space is largely unexplored around our continent, and awareness of engineering geological applications to underground construction is needed. And subsurface soil, rock, and soil characterization in engineering geological investigation for underground construction is vital for dams and seismically prone areas, especially with rise in seismicity across the continent. Number 6, geological structures, including joints, faults, shear zones, and earth surface topography and geomorphology, rivers, swamps must be evaluated and captured in pre-design stage to provide subsurface earth models, groundwater, and seismic conditions. Number 7, the opinion of experts was that standard environmental impact assessment, EIA, of proposed project development to form a tool for achieving sustainable development. And number 8, comprehensive engineering geological evaluation of naturally occurring construction materials, such as lateritic soil, sand, gravel, and quarry products, was identified as prerequisite for sustainable structures. 9, the advancement of science, especially the researches in the field of geosciences, should be linked to the society through proper legislative framework, bringing to the fore science and diplomacy. Number 10, the use of geophysics and other relevant geosciences as a sustainable tool in the area of ensuring proper pre-construction investigation was stressed. Thus, as policy recommendation, it is the opinion of the leadership of IAEG and NAEGE that A, design of structures, especially buildings, roads, bridges, and dams, should not apply only rules of thumb generalization in reports of engineering geological investigation of subsoil or rocks in site foundation investigation. B, site-specific details of subsoil exploratory boring and engineering characterization, key to design and construction of sustainable infrastructure, should be provided for by competent geological consultants. C, engineering geological geotechnical consultants, separate from the civil engineer, is recommended to play key role on every civil engineering project in order to ensure that details of geological considerations are incorporated for sustainability of all infrastructures. D, legislation is the most important solution to all the identified problems. Building codes must be reviewed to consider the effects of climate change, as well as the regulations of all civil engineering constructions. Arising from the above listed policy recommendations, there is the need for the incorporation of a new code of practice and scale of fees of geological engineering consultants into construction projects, while government agencies and other professional bodies like Council for the Registration of Engineers in Nigeria, COREN, Architects Registration Council of Nigeria, ICON, and others should partner with the Council of Nigerian Mining Engineers and Geoscientists, COMET, for effective regulation and implementation of these policy recommendations. NAEGE, Lagos, dated the 10th of October, 2022. I hand over this communique to the President now for transmission to the governor of Lagos State. The President. This is to be transmitted to the governor of Lagos State.
I use this opportunity to call on the Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State. This is the communique of the 3rd IAEG Regional Congress and the 7th International Conference. Please, we ask you to study this and make use of the recommendations. And we assure you that building collapse will be a thing of the past. Thank you, sir.
I think our state deserves a better round of applause. Lagos State is not just a state of aquatic splendor. A few days back, I wanted to move from one point to the other, and instead of ordering a Bolt or an Uber drive, I ordered a lag ride. A round of applause. Brand new vehicle. You need to get to Oshodi to know that you can be in San Francisco. Because when you get to San Francisco, what you are seeing in Oshodi is what you see in San Francisco. A round of applause for Lagos State. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are work in progress. However, these personalities who God has given the opportunity to govern the state are doing so well, and we are indeed very proud of them. We know that they can do more, and we implore them to continue to do more. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. The Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment deemed it fit to confer honorary fellowship on His Excellency, the Governor of our state. And we are indeed very proud of that. However, before I invite His Excellency, one of the members of his team, who also has a lot to do with the issue of buildings in Lagos State. That is the General Manager of Lagos State Building Control Agency. I'm aware he's in the House of Assembly today to defend some issues. And he has sent his representative, and that is none other than Engineer Quadri Babajide Adebola. Please stand up for recognition, sir. We appreciate Engineer Quadri because we know he's the one that is in charge of building control. Keep up the good work. God will continue to see you through. Thank you very much, sir. May I invite specially, I'm only using the powers as MC, and also the powers granted to me by His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, to please ask him to please stand up and remain standing. As myself, I cannot do that. But because he has given me powers, I can say that. Your Excellency, thank you very much. As I read each citation, until his emergence as the Executive Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, was the Managing Director, CEO of the Lagos State Development Property Corporation, LSDPC. This achiever, an icon, was also a 3-time commissioner in Lagos State. And we are not talking about just any portfolio. He served in the ministries of economic planning and budget. He also served in the commerce and industry zone, and was also the commissioner in the Ministry of Establishments, Training, and Pensions. His distinguished personality is an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Kennedy School of Government. He's also an alumnus of the Lagos Business School, and he added the London Business School to it. He earned his first degree in surveying and geoinformatics and a Master of Business Administration from the University of Lagos. Great Akokite. He is a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, and he also boasts of membership of the Nigerian Institute of Directors, Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, and is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Training and Development. Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu was a treasurer at former Lead Merchant Bank before moving to the United Bank for Africa as head of foreign money market. He subsequently moved to the First Inland Bank, now First City Monument Bank, where he retired as Deputy General Manager and Divisional Head. This golden fish, which has no hiding place, started his public service career in 2003 when he was appointed Special Advisor on Corporate Matters to the then Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Femi Pedro. He was later Special Advisor on Corporate Matters to the Executive Governor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. For his outstanding performance His Excellency, our governor, was appointed acting commissioner for economic planning and budget. In 2007, he became commissioner for commerce and industry under Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. After the elections in 2007, he was appointed commissioner for establishments, training, and pensions by Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola. His meritorious service to Lagos State continued, and he was appointed as MD CEO of LSDPC in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me, in a very special way, with all sense of pride and humility, to introduce to you His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the 15th Governor of Lagos State. I believe our Excellency deserves a standing ovation. I'm going to invite the President of NAEGE to confer the honorary fellowship of our society on His Excellency, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
By the powers conferred on me as the President of Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, I thereby award you, Mr. Governor, the honorary fellowship of the Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, and the certificate. You can from henceforth address yourself as H.F. NAEGE. Congratulations, sir.
A round of applause for our Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, F. NAEGE. A round of applause for him. He has joined the League of Fellows of our great society, and we are indeed proud to be associated with him. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that Lagos State government is doing all it can to ensure that things work. And you cannot get any other testimony from the big weights that you have here today. I was told by our colleagues who work in Lagos State that for the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development to be here representing His Excellency, then this is the #1 event in Lagos State today. A round of applause for our Honorable Commissioner. I'm also aware that the Honorable Commissioner is doing all he can do to ensure that things work in the state. Sir, we are proud of you, and God will continue to ease your task. Before I invite him to make his speech and declare this conference open, I'd like you to know that we also have with us the GM of LASEPA, that is the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Adedolapo Fashawe, who is ably represented by the Director of Service Charter, Mrs. Yemisi Kehinde Ogundipe. Mrs. Yemisi Kehinde Ogundipe. I don't know how they do it in Lagos. When you have the handsome guy, very handsome guy, as top guys. You also have very delectable, elegant Amazons. A round of applause for you, man. I'm delighted to invite His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, ably represented by the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Engineer Tayo Bangoshe Martins, to give the address of the special guest of honor and declare this conference open.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you're aware, I am here at the instance and the directive of our governor, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola. And therefore, I bring you good tidings, felicitations, and a lot of goodwill. But then, I am to read his address. But please, allow me to say a few things before I go into his address. Because I've actually been sitting down there for quite some time, and there are just a few things that I will not allow to pass me by. Let me start first and foremost by appreciating Dr. Oyediro, the anchor person. And your guess is as good as mine. Why I'm appreciating him? Because even when I stepped into the hall, the way he introduced Mr. Governor and the accolades he has been showering Mr. Governor with, the way he has been almost advertising, publicizing. I mean, I don't think we could have made, even if we paid for it, we couldn't have got it better than the way he has done. And then again, you know the interesting thing? When you go somewhere to represent Mr. Governor, do you know sometimes it is always sweet, you know. It's always sweet because you get to experience a few of the things Mr. Governor enjoys when he goes out. And if you are not careful, you tend to almost think that you are the governor. I stood up there, and for a brief moment, I almost forgot who I was. I had to remind myself, come off it. For God's sake, you are just thinking about which you might it. So in the same vein, you know, I have looked around the hall and I've seen that I checked out, especially our colleagues here on the upper floor here. And I noticed that everybody is wearing the ribbons and all that. And then suddenly I realized that I am the only one that is putting this thing on. And then it occurred to me that definitely this must be for the governor, it's not for me. No wonder I've been putting it on and I've had to be adjusting the thing because you can imagine now, I'm too small to enter the shoes of the governor. So if you would indulge me, you know, please, if you allow me to just take this thing off so that I can keep it. I don't want anything to happen to it. I will make sure that I deliver that to Mr. Governor, along with the shield and the certificate. I assure you, my President, that I will deliver your messages. And also yours, sir. I will deliver every message that you've asked me to give to Mr. Governor. Yeah. And then I want to go into this address. But I want to take a cue again from someone. But before I do that, do you know that before coming here, I have always known that God Almighty is actually an engineer. I have always known that. That's my belief, and I've always known that. But today, I now realize that he's not just an engineer, but he's actually the geological engineer. And then let me take a cue from someone. I believe it was you, sir. You got here and you said, for anywhere you see I, just know that it is not me. So anywhere you see I say I, just know it's not me. It's Mr. Governor. The President Nigerian Association for Engineering, Geology, and Environment, Dr. Kayode Waliu Adeolu, FNAEGE. The Vice President, International Association for Engineering, Geology, and the Environment, African Region, Professor Chike S. Abba. I know that I should recognize everyone here, especially our friend from South Africa and you, madam, indeed. But allow me to move on to basically distinguished guests, recognizing everyone in this hall. But then it is important that I must recognize our own, especially our general managers who are here present today from Lagos State. The general manager of the Lagos State Fiscal Planning Authority, I recognize you, TPL Kende Oshinaike. And the general manager, Lagos State Material Testing Laboratory, my colleague engineer Lulade, including the representative of the general manager of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. Please, my regards to my sister. Distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join professionals and eminent scholars from across the globe who are gathered here this morning to discuss innovative developments in the built environment. I would like to use this opportunity to warmly welcome you all to Lagos, the Center of Excellence and State of Aquatic Splendor. The two-in-one conference tagged Engineering Geology, Imperative for Infrastructural Development and Sustainability of Cities in Africa is germane, especially in the face of the current challenges we are experiencing here in Lagos State. This conference is coming at such an auspicious time when we need the best minds in the field to proffer innovative and effective solutions to the issue of building collapse and flooding that we have experienced in Lagos. The importance of engineering geology in building a modern and sustainable society cannot be overemphasized, as it is the foundation process for any construction, and if done right, engenders confidence of the populace in all apparatus of government regarding their safety and security. It is especially critical in a fast developing megacity like ours, characterized by a small landmass with a growing population that is currently over 22 million. One of the promises we made to the good people of this great state is that we will make sure that we create the right environment in which security and safety of lives and property are guaranteed. We knew from the onset, we knew from the outset that we did not have the monopoly of knowledge with regards to finding the right solutions to the myriad challenges that we will be confronted with. And that is why we have consistently thrown our doors and ears open to diverse opinions and views from various sources, one of which is this body of intellectual and professional experts. As an administration, we have taken proactive measures to upgrade many agencies to meet with the new challenges we have experienced. For instance, we have repositioned the Lagos State Materials Testing Laboratory, which is an agency established and charged with the responsibility of carrying out geotechnics testing, all building and civil engineering materials for standard, including soil mechanics, subsoil investigation, aggregate, cement, water, and chemical test on concrete, blocks, and all other paraphernalia of construction. We have procured specialized testing equipment. And to improve the agency's reach, we also procured more operational vehicles and the construction of a satellite office in Opopomaiko is at an advanced stage and will become operational very soon. As a proactive approach, we have also engaged additional technical and non-technical consultants to facilitate the operations of the agency in the areas of carrying out non-destructive tests and serving of test notices, as well as identifying distressed buildings for quick and appropriate intervention across the state. We are also constantly sensitizing all stakeholders in the industry against all forms of quackery in the sector. These are part of our administration's efforts, including the various infrastructural developments aimed at improving the livability index of our communities. I have no doubt that the papers that will be presented by the eminent and erudite presenters painstakingly assembled for this conference will beam the spotlight on other critical areas that needs to be focused upon to ensure that we reach our goal of building a sustainable and livable city driven by modern and efficient infrastructure in the critical sectors of our economy. On this note, I would like to congratulate and express my deep appreciation to the management of the International Association of Engineering Geology and the Nigerian Association of Engineering Geologists and the environment for organizing this conference at this very auspicious time. I urge you to keep in step with our administration by identifying areas of importance that will facilitate the growth of our dear state. On a final note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to declare the third International Association of Engineering Geology African Regional Congress and seventh Nigeria Association of Engineering Geology and the Environment Annual International Conference open. Thank you for listening, and I wish you fruitful deliberations.
It can't be better than this. A round of applause for our governor. Ladies and gentlemen, for a conference like this, you will agree with me. You will agree with me that a conference like this would not have been possible without sponsors. And at NAEGE, we are so proud of those who have associated with us. With the permission of Your Excellency, with the kind permission of His Excellency, the Executive Governor, who is ably represented here, I'd like to read out, oh, it's even been projected. And I'm told that we have the Lagos State Materials Testing Lab to join in the list of donors. A round of applause for them. They've given us support. Planet One Limited, Dr. Waliu Kade Adeolu, Planet Project Limited. Planet Project Limited. A round of applause for Planet Project. The highest singular donation was from Planet Project. Another round of applause for them. Prince Benga Lufadeju, Dr. Ferdinand Giadom, Nigerian Building and Road Research Institute, NIBRI, Lagos State Materials Testing Laboratory, Mr. Femi Irewole, TJ Connect Nigeria Limited, Engineer Elijah Akiyode, Dr. Richard Akishipe, Lagos State Building Control Agency, Mr. Isaac Odediri, Professor Songo Teme, Mr. Femi Adeleke, Mr. Benson Obayelu, Mr. Ojo Henry Ayorinde. We have Dr. Muslim Idris, Professor TKS Abam, Professor Moshood Tijani, Mr. Friday Adishi, Professor Shion Malomo, Engineer Dr. Umar Azan, Mr. Lanre Kuye, Cornerstone Mining Limited, Ministry of Mines and Steel Development, Chief Unkamare Ukeme. A round of applause for them, please. That's not all. Alabo Charles Ye, City Charles, President of NMGS, Mr. Frank Ikwenwa, Dr. Ata Fakeye, the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, we appreciate you. They gave us support. Professor A.Y. Anifowoshe, Mr. Nelson Omoyoloye, Dr. Ibrahim Oyedino, my humble self, I deserve a round of applause too. Dr. Vivian Ozekwe, Mr. Lukman Aziz, NAEGE Ibadan chapter, NAEGE Lagos chapter, John Joe Technical. We appreciate you all. A round of applause for you all. Thank you for the support. Ladies and gentlemen, with the kind permission of His Excellency, because the program is in the hands of His Excellency now, I'll plead with His Excellency to please ensure that he takes group photograph with us before he leaves. We are going to have the vote of thanks now by the chairman of the LOC. And immediately after the vote of thanks, we move straight seamlessly to the group photograph, since His Excellency has declared this conference open. However, I will not leave this podium without formally introducing myself. I am Dr. Ibrahim Oyediro, I'm an associate professor of engineering, geology, and environment at the Premier University, University of Ibadan. I'm also the editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Association for Engineering Geology. Thank you, Your Excellency, for all you have done. I'll invite the chairman, LOC of this conference, Professor Lukman Adeoti, to render the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much for projecting the image of the association. Well, we are advocate to admit the governor is an advocate. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest advocate. Well, the governor ably represented by Commissioner of Fiscal Planning, Engineer Tayo. I hope you are one of the advocates. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest advocates. With the permission of the Mr. President, let me stand on the existing program. Let us say thank you to Almighty God for our convergence today. Because without God, nothing can be done. The Muslim will say, Alhamdulillah, but the Christian, hallelujah, hallelujah. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched, but it can be fed by our hearts. On that note, I want to thank the governor of Lagos State as our special guest of honor and an Akokite, ably represented by an Akokite too, Engineer Tayo Bangoshi Martins. Engineer Tayo Bangoshi Martins, the first time that I met him, that was maybe a few weeks ago, when we had the conversation of building collapse. Then he was newly appointed as the Commissioner of Fiscal Planning. Our president, for your information, we are part of the conversation. I'm talking about the building code. I'm the chairman of the section that is to decide. And my able president is equally part, and we have some members. Thank you for allowing us to be part of the conversation. And I hope, sir, Mr. President, because we have our colleagues here from the ministry. Please, we want you to give them due recognition. Please. We want you to give them due recognition because they can solve so many problems. Let me thank our dynamic president. You know, when Dr. Waliu came to our university a few years ago for his master, I spotted him. I know that this is going to be a great man. But today, it has been indicated by projecting the image of our great association. You can see today's event is very unique in the history of our great association. I pray that Almighty God will bless you, will bless your expo, and equally, let me equally thank our amiable Vice President, IAEG Africa. He's a passionate man, a dynamic academician. That is Dr. T.K. Abba. Sorry, Professor T.K. Abba. Almighty God will bless you and bless you abundantly. And now we equally have our past presidents here. I don't want to mention their name, but they know themselves. Almighty God will assist you because without their support, our association cannot move forward. Thank you very much, and God Almighty God will bless you. Let me equally thank all our fellows that are here. There are many here, and to whom much is given, much is expected. Please Mr. President, Governor, please, as a fellow, I've been assisting the association, and I know all the advocates that are there. Because our vice president, tell you the vice president is an advocate, and we have another 7 governors as advocates. So after this, something we can ask. We normally perform greatly. Mr. Governor, please, our association needs a lot of money. Let me tell you, I want to ask, when we are doing a normal like our president assisted us a lot, former governor, and likewise the president governor. And I wish that we are going to do the same thing. Please pass the message across to the governor, because advocates will spend money, and we are flashing anywhere we are. Please come and flash money on us. So let me thank also the host, that is Lagos State chapter, led by Mr. Frank Ekwewa. Thank you very much. If not because of Lagos State, they are the ones that make the environment happen for all of us. Because if the environment is not secured, there is nothing we can do. Thank you, and God bless you. Now, a lot has been said about our sponsors, but let me appreciate them by quotation of 2 people all over. They are great men. And the first quotation is that. That is by Dukenfeld. He said, you can show appreciation in big and little ways. It is often little things that can really count, and we add up to a stable, loving, and mutually beneficial relationship. God bless you. Number 2, by Lama. The fruit of goodness lies in the appreciation to goodness. On that note, I will appreciate all of them. And led by Planet Project Limited. He gave us, let me mention it so that we can encourage others. He gave us a sum of 3 million. Do you know why? The governor cannot give us anything less than that. At least if it cannot be 3 times that, it should be 4 times that, or 5 times, or 15 times. I know that we are able in Lagos. We are able in Lagos to do that. Please, equally pass the best to Mr. Governor. God bless you. And likewise, let me thank all the chapter chairmen. They are wonderful. Without their support, nothing can be done. Because we move and work as a team. God bless all of you. The next is LOC, Local Organizing Committee, shared by me. My name is Professor Lukman Adiuti. And we have the secretary is Dr. Atapake. Let me say, Mr. Governor, it's not out of place if you can recommend, because we are sensitive of gender. I hope that one of these in the future is going to be a commissioner, probably in the news, or something higher than that, or a minister. So it's been very active. And Almighty God, it's cycle on several issues just to get results. And we get results, and it's part of the result today. Dr. Atapake, thank you. Though I call you, I can disagree with you, but that is why. So just bless you. So thank you very much. And other members, we have Technica. The chairman of Technica is Professor Bali. Please, all the chairmen should stand up for recognition. All the chairmen, by the power conferred on me by the president, all chairmen, they have to stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much. And in addition, all other members, can you simply stand up for recognition? All other members, not, yes, of LOC, stand up for recognition. The next is, thank you very much. The MC of the Dr. Ibrahim Oyedina. I enjoy it today. He got to a point I was, passing from one place to another. And that was equally testified by our amiable governor, ably represented by, well, keep on good work. Because, I don't know how anybody can do better than what you have done today. You really advertise us. Not only that, by extension, you advertise Lagos State. And we are going to, and I don't hide my feeling. I don't hide my feeling. I'm a member of this. I do not have my training. And by special grace of God, I'm saying it here, based on the power conferred on me. Tinubu, by special, because we are in Lagos, is going to be the next president. So, Mr. Dr. Ibrahim, Tinubu is going to find something for you. So, once again, let me appreciate everybody, all our members, all our friends, and the well-wishers. We are all wonderful. Because if you are organizing these beautiful events, without your president, what are you going to do? But when you get to, let me tell you something that happened to my brother. So my brother somebody had a party. Because he didn't leave that place, he has not been coming home. But eventually what happened? Nobody came for the party. He said he prepared this, he prepared this, he prepared this, he prepared this. But nobody eventually, and he now left. But without your presence, we invited you, and you are here today. Please, let us congratulate ourselves. And on that note, let me round up by thanking Almighty God again. Because after this, we are going to start, and without God, nothing can be done. So thank you, God. And I know that the conference is going to be very eventful. And at the end of the day, because if you have a conference, we want a conference to solve the problem. And by special grace of God, sir, the building collapsed within of the past after this. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, LOC, Professor Lukman Adeoti. A round of applause for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we love you. Thank you for all you're doing. We appreciate you. We are full of immense gratitude. Only God can appreciate you much more. Your Excellency, with your kind permission, I think we should start the group photographs. Thank you very much, sir. We'll start with members of the high table first. Then, immediately, all the general managers that are here present will join. All the general managers here present, please prepare to join them. All our past presidents to also prepare to join them. Yes, General Manager, sir, please join His Excellency. All our past presidents, please join. Our fellows can also please join. Please let our fellows join. Please join, sir. Please join. Some can. I think some can. Your Excellency, will you come here so that people can stand behind you? Okay, okay. Please, yes. We have much here. Please sit down. Please, can we have, once they take this, you guys should join. Okay, can we have members of the audience to please come just in an orderly manner? Let people line at the back here. Please come to the stage. Come to the stage, please. Let some people come to the stage. Please come to the stage. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, please remain seated while every other person leaves. All our guests, only the people on the high table should please remain. Only the people on the high table should please remain with His Excellency. Only the people on the high table should please remain with His Excellency. Only the people on the high table, please. Please. Only the people on the high table, please. Okay. Okay. Sir, they want to take the photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. See, members of the LOC, sir, just that permission. LOC members to join the members of the high table for this shot. Members of the LOC, please let them join. LOC. LOC. So I will join with my microphone as a member of the LOC. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate you, we love you. God bless you.
If you want to go wash, what are you going to? If you want to cook soup, what are you going to use? If your head is hot, water to cool on. If your child is broke, water him go use. If water kill your child, now what are you go use? Took me back from my way, me not no malo. Someone to the shape, oh malo me oh, nothing without water. Someone to the shape, oh malo me oh, me you love down. Oh me you love down. If you fight them unless you wonder. I say water no get enemy. If you fight them unless you wonder. Oh me you love down. At the talk of black man power. At the talk of black power, I say water no get enemy. If you fight them unless you won't die. I say water no get enemy. I say water no get enemy. Oh me you love down. Oh me you love down.
The sky look misty and cloudy. Looks like rain gonna fall today. This morning I've been
The Lagos have been the most Now I want to ask, this test we are not looking at. And when you investigate for an existing building, you do your normal test, you do your integrity test on the infrastructure. Some of those tests are used to foundation building. Now these have existed for like 40 years, 50 years. But in all of these tests, we have not looked at the ground chemistry, the microbiology. I know that when we go back, we used to, when we were investigating existing building, especially maybe as a result of heating, we want to know why it is. One of the primary tests we used to do is we try to determine the ground chemistry and microbiology to see if it's a cause of the deterioration of, maybe if you have pipes. Yeah, so you want to know what is causing that deterioration. So I think it's important we also begin to look at checking the ground chemistry, especially Lagos Island. Those buildings have existed for some time. Yet foundations are failing. That means those foundations are deteriorating. So we must begin to look in that direction to determine ground chemistry, microbiology, and then begin to plan mitigation for such existing buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Quickly, the first person talking about triaxial, consolidation and stuff is just another test. which of course is key, like all the penetrometer tests. You understand? I was told this presentation will only allow me 15 minutes. I can do this presentation that you guys will be here for 2 hours, no stop. So it's not as if, I'm sorry if it wasn't mentioned in the presentation, but it's just any other test like other tests. Then secondly, in terms of Lagos, before Lagos, my Ogaya said, do we use expatriates or do we have geologists? I can tell you, Nigeria Test, we have seasoned geologists, experienced geologists. You can, there is no test that any expatriates have done for the government of Lagos State. So I want to assure you that no test. And there is no test that we don't carry out in material testing. In fact, Mr. Governor has invested so much in material testing. I'm talking of hundreds of millions, buying a lot of sophisticated equipment, building labs all over Lagos State. So you can be rest assured. Yeah? And again, one of the key responsibility of the agency is to regulate, is to first encourage the establishment of private laboratories, because we know government laboratory cannot take care of what is going on in the built environment in Lagos State. Buildings are being constructed every minute of the day. So once we encourage the establishment of that lab, then we regulate them. All the tests being conducted, if you're on government register, passes through my table for authentication before you give it to your client. So there's control. I'm sure I have RFI here and some other private labs here who could testify. So, you know, government is doing so much to cater and guide against all this quackery and so on. Then in terms of whether we do foundation, okay, I'll tell you we do. Because most of the buildings on the highland, even if the report says they should fix, I always still tell them, recommend that we must do foundation probing. It is during this foundation probing, we collect the necessary materials, take it to, bring it to the lab and get it tested. Anytime we have issues, they know me, I don't support people. I always tell them, recommend demolish. I don't care. Because see, my job is very, very delicate. A building has been tested, and I'm trying to see the building, and it eventually comes out and kill people. Yeah, it comes back to me. So when I see a building that I know it will stand the test of time, just take it out. And that's what we do in Lagos State. I hope I've answered all the questions.
Thank you very much. Briefly, one guy talked about tri-axial test there. You see, the lecturer talked about site test, institute test. So when we carry out penetrometer test or SPT, these are tests that can be useful in generating data for bearing capacity. And what you get are much more reliable than the one we get in the laboratory, where we have to put some equations, Meyerhoff equations. They are more or less estimates. He has already had that question. This is not to say that we should not do the test, but they are not reliable as institute site test. I want to appreciate our speaker, and you agree with me that you have been to house. You can see the experience, and I want to wish you more good to able. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I must appreciate you. I would like to see you after this. I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Now, next one.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I announce him?
No, let me do
Okay.
that. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, all we have is sincere thanks to Engineer Elulade. We appreciate him immensely. However, we have to move very fast to the next presenter who is online. Have we said?
Yes.
While we're waiting for, he's there. He said he's been there. He's been there since. And I'm so proud to introduce this scholar. Martins Depena is an associate professor of engineering, geology, and hydrogeology. He is a fellow of the Geological Society of Africa. He is the current editor-in-chief of the Water Resources Journal. This distinguished scholar you are looking at published 20 articles from his PhD work. And we're talking about solid articles. I'm aware that there is no project in South Africa now that going on or what to do that matters is not involved with. Sifiso, am I correct? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't worry, you. Please permit me to welcome him to present his paper. So, can you give him some?
Thank you. Okay. Are you going to share my slides?
Can you talk?
Or can I share my screen?
So if you can't hear him. Hello?
Hello, I can hear you. Because I can't share the screen from my side.
It's on mute.
Am I on mute as well?
Martins, can you try again?
Host disabled participant screen sharing on this side. I can't hear you, but they're not on speakers.
Let's continue talking. We'll get the sound out.
Okay, yeah, so let me start talking. So my topic is the ground and groundwater under sustainable cities.
Martins, if you can hear me,
I can hear you.
Log out and re-log in?
Oh yes, let me do that.
Can you hear me?
So I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, I still can't see the slides. Just see.
technical issues, but we'll survive this.
Sorry, what?
They can hear you. Just hold on. I think yeah. Perhaps we should. Let's
put the microphone by the phone.
Matters, can you please stop?
Okay, I can hear you. So I can hear you. I don't know what's wrong here. Can you hear me? Not hear me. Okay. Yeah, maybe you should continue with the rest of the program. Can you do that? And then we figure this out offline, that you rather have a good congress for the day or conference for the day. Yeah, then we'll sort this out at a later stage. Is that okay? Can you hear me?
No, Matter.
Yeah, we can continue. Yes. It's on the ground.
Thank you very much. Six. I want to assure you that you are going to enjoy it.
very much. The title of my presentation is The Nature of Types and the Corresponding Abilities project studies. So as we discussing today, components and the so to basically you can see the capacity is the soil place the factor the degree to which this experience actually contains to fragment organic carbon. This the ability that have been impacted by allowed into so basically type how much is important livelihood of economy of see this type. See basically as we all know the fuel is still relevant today. The products and we know that fuels be a major the top he is and then that he has gone. It's important to know because all know just the interference from this. But what is most important remains soil. Well, the nature impact what the are impacted. So this just the study area we're looking at. It's about 70,000 square kilometers, largest in Africa and the third largest in the world after that delta in Bangladesh and the what do you call it? Congo delta, the Angolan has. Basically, delta is made up of states. We have 9 states which are listed here: rivers, cross rivers on those states, and these states they have different degrees of presence of hydrocarbon and the same rivers and in these. Nigeria has told us that we have been doing this for months. SPDC is available. That OSP actually opened around 1970 or 1969. And that was the failure of the TMP line arrangement. Maybe what we call the still that we have series, we have students recorded. But, you know, well, I wouldn't want to further statistics. Please get straight and look at itself. You have the actor group, the protector group, you have the marine group, yeah, the Delta, the Benin group. There were million of the Benin group. The main area, but that's from place to place. This is more towards the Bagama areas. We also have the equivalent to 2 meters to 5 meters, like vertically, different from place to place. Let's call it the direct farm. As we confined by shallow wells, so most of the and then tap 2 to 5 meters. Yeah. First, We have this. You have this in this there's no clear layer to clouds. Surface. You can see that the small I believe as you go into assessment, the place that you have It's very important. Yes. So, just theoretically, that the contaminant food and transport process, the efficient process that which is what we need. high, the ones that don't have very high ones are like US oil and the crude oil. They are lower. They take much more to undergo power remediation, but they are all possible. In UK, go to one side. That side of the place. All the fluids. What is the fluid? And we said we have to make sure that it stops. We had to now trench and recover over 500 barrels. And that discharge stopped. But it was a lot of hard work. If you go there today, yeah, you won't see any discharge. You will see free, clean water with fish and with all aquatic animals swimming and enjoying themselves. I think we did a good job. We tried it. When I saw the other one the other day, I began to say, yes, I think we tried our best. Okay, let's run through. This is an example case. Okay, this is just an example of what we are dealing with in the Java. Can you see that? This is crude coming from a borehole. We have barrels. So we use the power cell here to handle the less contaminated soil. The ones that were heavily contaminated, we took to the power cell. So if this one kind of thing is going to the river, will anybody allow you to sleep? When you can't sleep. Yeah. And so basically, this method, which I don't have much time to say, the shoreline areas. These shoreline areas are important because they affect the mangrove. Mangrove vegetation is very important, especially in this climate change era. And a lot of our mangroves have been damaged because of illegal refining activities that were rampant in Niger Delta. But we need to do something to make sure that the mangroves come back to life because they support the aquatic life. They support. They will also, when the mangroves are alive, they will take a lot of the carbon absorption, which is essential. So the method we use is called SCAT. SCAT means shoreline cleanup assessment techniques. It's used in determining the level to which cleanup is suitable. And the goal is that you remove food to a level that soil, which is mode, can support mangrove revegetation. You can plant mangrove here to survive. If you don't reduce it to that level, it will not. So this is summary what this means. That's what SCAT method means. So this SCAT has a team of regulators, the operators, the community, NGOs go together, and we do what we call an observation well, a pit stop, to see how much oil comes in. If oil is 100%, it has to be reduced to maybe 25% for it to support the carbon compound. These ones are just examples of before after pictures. This method of power cell, power construction using the pipes for aeration, and this is what happened after remediation of the soil. And this an example also of before and after the remediation process is also the same thing. Before, during the remediation process and after, you can see the greens have returned back normal. This is also same. You can see somebody is already planting his cassava, his plantain already. So for the areas that are being remediated for farming, that's the problem. If somebody decides to come and put up a building there, there's a problem. So that will be a problem, a big problem. So that is very important. Areas where people will want to come and build their houses without checking, we have to warn them that please don't build here, because that land has been tampered with seriously. Okay, this is also an example. So these are case studies which we wouldn't go further. Again, these just examples of what we've been talking about. So thank you very much for listening.
Funny for me, this is the site where I had my first PhD
in Indian geotechnics by engineer Walter Tuyo. My first PhD from civil engineering, work here. So from here also, we had the 4-phase program in soil mechanics and innovation. Water, oil, soil, and air. So it's a very unique place. I'd like to take 3 questions. I know I give him a lot of time, you're taking some time, but I want to take 2 questions. South African lady, what's the name again? Yes. Number 2, secretary, Dr. Bija. Number 3, what's your name? Alfred. Right, that's it. So one of the twins. But I'm not to hear them. I met them yesterday for the first time. Okay. Good. Electrical. Okay, we accept before. Now, number 1. Prof, get up and answer. Number 1.
All right, Prof. Thank you very much for your presentation. I wanted to ask, because it's such an interesting topic, that with the oil spills, when it actually gets into the soil, what are the major properties of the soil, like the soil strength, that are actually changed? And secondly, that if maybe the situation is so bad, like do we have to constantly repair the soil to remove the hydrocarbons? Or is there something else that can be done in terms of, can we still build or construct in an area whereby the soil has been degraded because of an oil spill? Yes. Yes, I'm talking about like infrastructure. Like, yes. Do you have to completely remediate the soil, or can you? Yes, or even if it's not an existing structure, but let's say we want to construct on a particular structure. Yes, what can we do? Do you have to remediate it, or is it?
If I understand your question, you said if there's a spill and you want to use that to build. Very good. So the first thing to do is to remediate that soil, to remove as much hydrocarbon as possible, because hydrocarbon has already compromised the quality of that soil. If you just put a building there, the hydrocarbon residuals will affect the strength of concrete. So basically, you must have to clean it to a level that is acceptable. And then the mixture of your material, of your cement, you must compact it to a level that it can stand it can stand the foundation. And in the compaction, you have to compact, 3 rounds of compaction for each layer. So depending on the type of soil. So you can do your layering maybe 0.3 meters, yeah, and compact again and compact them in series because they are for building. This will form but for building, for infrastructure, the compaction of the remediated soil must be carried out diligently with the specifications of stability.
Thank you. Next question. Come back.
Actually related to how you want constructing a structure. So I also want to so that if a complete is carried out, we may be able to the depth that can be strong enough to carry the load. Yeah. Structural much is in any way. Thank you.
PP. I told you a PhD thesis has come out of this site. Let's not go to that time. But what I said is very vital. What I said is because of our the areas, no areas. It's difficult to remediate the sand and build because consolidation continues for a long time. Because of the oil. Waters study on profit problem, which was accorded high region in California, shows that it's difficult to rebuild that place because of the impact of oil. So let's do that for now. Okay. Now, next question.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Prof. The work being done in Ogoniland. My question or my worry is on several methodologies, technologies available for remediation. Now, in choosing a particular technology, how is it the process of remediation as we watch it here? Is it timeless? Is it timeless? So how do you predict the time interval it will take for a particular method to be effective? That's number one. Number the health aspect. The health aspect is the impact, the spill, the hydrocarbons will have humans. How does this come into the mode, the technology, of course, that has to be applied? Thanks, sir.
What of the cost effectiveness? How cost effective are those methods?
Well, the way we are going, you get it. So let me just give you 2 minutes that I want. Because this paper is very vital. It's not common, so you should answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Your question is important and whole. Duration, particular method depends on also other factors. But spot remediation is slower because you are trying to engineer forage indigenous microbes to augment, to stimulate them, biodegrade the hydrocarbons, and it takes some time. Fastest one is dig it, take it to a thermal resorption unit, burn it, and take it. It's very the remediation is cheaper. The thermal resorption is about 3 times more expensive to handle than bore remediation, at least 3 times. Because so your choice of method depends exactly on how you characterize your contaminants of concern. If you just have volatiles, you have no issues at all. If you have sludges, oil sludges, then you have to think through because it will take a longer time for the hydrocarbon compounds to break down. Because ultimately, if you are going to use bore remediation method, it will take almost forever. But if it's sludge, you have to take it to TDU to get your best results.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, thank you, Prof.
And then you said again, there's the cost. Yeah. Because you said about the yeah. Yes, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 3. Your name? Is it Alfred? Good. Go ahead.
Alfred. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. I want to go back to the first question. I think your presentation bordered on the environmental aspect, but I want to look at the engineering aspect of it. Now, you've been able to tell us that most time in that environment, the Vado zone is usually most of the time safe because of the contaminants, absence of water that transport the contaminants. Now, we know in our climate that people will always want to build. Somebody have a land and the land is affected by a spill. That is the only land he has to build. So, and he wants to build. And it comes to a professional that what do we do? So I think what we should be looking at is how are we able to provide a solution rather than chase them away and say you cannot build here. So if you can tell us that, okay, I know that the properties of the hydrocarbon will affect what's it called? The concrete. Yeah, the integrity of the foundation materials. So can we be looking at the Vadose zone that, okay, if your foundation does not go below or beyond the Vadose zone, such that the contaminant will not be able to have interaction with it, then whatever maximum load the Vadose zone can build. Of course, we have in places where they tell you you can't build more than a story building, but of course, like a bungalow, so that you don't go below a particular depth. So can we begin to think about such kind of a, solution in such kind of environment?
Thank you, Professor. Let me help you. Let's not waste our time. Yes, very vital question. You see, like I used to tell my students, in the beginning, every land was solid. As time went on, the good lands were taken. As it is now, what remains are the bad lands? What do you do with them? That's what it boils down to. Now, as engineering geologists, we have the solution. That's our job is. That's the job of foundation engineers. We don't run away from it, young man. Don't run away. We must find a solution. And that solution is the type of foundation to be put there. You mentioned Vadose, you're talking about deep and shallow foundations. The first time the professor from Unilag talked, I never had to ask him. He never defined what is deep, what is shallow. He defined my paper, but I'm not going to speak about it. But if it is very necessary, we have to build there. You go to deep foundation. We need deep foundation pipes, not even ramps. But it's expensive. As a matter of fact, one of the going land, a friend of mine who was a commissioner, had money. He has a house there in Ebubu Jamai where I worked. And I told him, he had no other place to go. He put the house. I designed it, deep foundation for him, and he's living there now. The problem he had now is water supply. But it's difficult. You build borehole, you're having problem with water supply. So that's the problem we had now. Okay, that's why we come in. In that we come in now to address what type of foundation do we do. Okay, last question.
I think it's clear.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. I saw in situ and ex situ land farming as options of remediation. So please throw more light to those on the layman language. Thank you.
Ex situ and in situ are very important. In situ means you are dealing with land farming in place. You are not moving the soils from one point to another. So you are tilling the place, you are applying nutrients on the same soil within the same place. So there's little disturbance, minimal disturbance of which soil is moving to where. But ex situ means you are removing, you are excavating the soil and moving it to another point. It may be within the same site, maybe a bore cell area. So it can be ex situ on site, yeah, which is because it's essential. For instance, if you want to till and have effectiveness, you can only till maybe to depth of 0.5 or 0.3 meters in situ. But when we have to deal with soils that are 1 meter, 3 meters, 10 meters down, you have to take them out of their place to another place, ex situ, to do your bore remediation, do your land farming, and apply the nutrients.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
So my book is available if you want to. I've just recently, I launched my book in March during NMGS. There are some few copies are available here. You can buy and can have more information on that. Thank you.
For high table, we get some done. Sorry, I'm very selfish. Now, thank you very much. Now, for the last question, let me come in here. I attempted to double into something which I created, agro-engineering geology. I put a master's degree in agro-engineering. The same site. After the first guy, the PhD I worked on the civil engineering aspect, the PhD came to me. This institute farming came in. And then I told him, well, let us bring in the agriculturists to help us. And that one, the work the master one did was to see the type of plants that can survive. In that picture, it showed us You see that plantains are doing well. And the result of that thesis show that plantains do very well in all polluted soils. So, food for thought, all lectures of engineering geology can now start by introducing agro-engineering geology. Okay? They're in for the first time. All right? Thank you.
After agro-geophysics, we have agro-hydrogeology. So why not agro-engineering geology? Thank you very much.
What's the next? Well, while we're waiting for him, how many papers? The lead papers are very important. We don't mind about the other papers, but lead paper as the main things. What's the next lead paper? Look at it, look at it. No, we're waiting for him. So come on. See, Pragmatic's own is very important because we want to hear from him. The South African experience. South Africa is one of the key in geology. But when I was in Botswana, you know, I've told you, you can't go to Botswana without passing to Africa. When you get to South Africa, you have to take out a visa. Botswana offers you a visa. South Africa will offer a visa to go to Botswana. So if you're going to Botswana, you have to visa. Go to South Africa, come from South Africa to Botswana. It's a landlocked country, a beautiful country. I won't miss that conference. Where elephants are more than human beings. Okay. Martis, can you talk now?
Hello, everyone.
Oh, great.
Happy to be online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're very happy to hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. And I still can't show my screen. It still says host disabled participant screen sharing. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know how to fix that.
We're hearing you. Share your screen, we're hearing you. Share it, we're hearing you. If the screen is not working, they can even talk once we hear you.
Sorry, you're very soft. Can I just talk?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually need my slides. Yeah.
Technical. Can you help project the slide? Can technical help project the slides? So I can speak to it.
Yeah, if someone, yeah, if they can share slides, that will be helpful. Because I can just ask you to page it.
We'll get the slides. When he talks, listen to the slides. Why? Okay, all right. Patient, everybody, be patient. This is very important.
While we're waiting for slides to come up, Mr. Chairman, sir, let me let you know that we have participants from Korea online. We have Young Seok from Korea online.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we're having problem, let me give you one idea. LOC, next time. 2006, when I chaired the NUPRS, Nigerian Union of Planetary Radio Science in Port Harcourt, we used the technique and it works. We told them to record their video for us and send to us. And we perfectly. So instead of having live discussion, they should videotape it and send to us online. That's what we did. And without ask, we can't ask questions, but we can see it. Next time, let's start the speakers to videotape and send to us. We can watch it. Play the video for us, please. Play the video. You don't have to ask. The video. Play the video. Okay. That one, that's what I did with PRS. No, what is talking? That's what going on. Tell him to talk. He tries to leave. No, yeah. Hello, Matthias. Matthias, you can go on, please.
Yes. Sorry, say again.
Yeah, you can go on. Your slides are on now. You can go on.
Okay, can everyone see the slides?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, then. Okay, so I was asked to talk about the ground and groundwater under sustainable cities, which is something that's important in Africa. Let me just put on my video. Because it's one of the most quickly expanding parts of the world in terms of developing into new space. So next slide. Okay. Can you see my slides or not? Because I don't see it behind you. Okay. On which slide are you now? Sorry. Is it? Yeah. Okay. I'm really not seeing the slides moving. Yeah.
What do you want?
I want to tell you.
Hello, Matthias. Please, you can open your video. Open your video.
Yeah.
Okay, you can go on with a presentation.
Okay, but how do I know on what slides you are?
Planet Earth over time.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to need to move mine so that I can look on my computer screen. Okay. Can you go to the beginning, please?
You should be talking and let's just hear him talk.
No, but I can't. I need to see the slide that's being shown.
Please just talk. We're following the slides here.
Yeah, but
we're on slide number 3.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Okay, so slide 3. Yeah, cities develop spatially and vertical over temporal scale. And yeah, some of the fastest growing cities worldwide are in Africa. Okay, are you on what slide are you now? 4. Hello?
The water cycle.
Okay. Sure.
President NAEGE, I'll suggest that we can talk to him later, get everything sorted out. We can have a special session tomorrow during the general program. Because it's a very vital thing, but let's go ahead. Okay? We can do something else. Who's the next person? Other lead papers.
Hello, Matthias. I'm not hearing you.
Yeah, I know you're not hearing me. Just give me a moment.
Mr. President, take over.
Well, while we are trying to sort out the technical issues, I would suggest we go to the parallel sessions. We'll start early tomorrow, and then we'll find a way to give him time to complete his presentation earlier tomorrow before the other lead papers, so that we do not waste time too much. I think we would have to, the different topics for the different halls are in front of the hall. So we have 3 halls. We have this hall, we have the Moremi, and then there's a third one by the side. I can't remember the name. We have 3 halls, and each of the topics that will be presented are already there. So please go to your areas of interest after this, after lunch. Yes, lunch immediately now. So immediately after the lunch, then we'll split out into parallel sessions. Thank you. Yes, this place is one session. There's another 2 halls for 2 other sessions. Yes, sir. This is all 1. Professor Lobani, or any technical member of the technical team here. Dr. Abidjan. Professor Lobanisa. This all is all one.
So listen.
Dr. Yedro, are you online?
Yes, I am online.
Dr. Yedro, are you online?
Yes, I am online. Yes, I am online.
Okay. We are of the opinion that we have to take this paper later on, a few of teachings. I can see you online. Just wanted to confirm.
Do that because we have a lot of papers, technical papers for today. This is Hall A.
Yes, yes, yes. So we want to break into sessions now.
And the one that follows Hall A, your hall, is Hall C. So the sessions have been divided into Hall A, Hall B, and Hall C. If you are presenting a paper from the book of that you see the placement of your paper, either in Hall A or Hall B or Hall C. Our tentative date is to start by 3:30. 3:30. So we have our lunch. 3:30 to 3:30. We have our lunch now, and by 3:30 we will be back. If you are in Hall A, this is Hall A. If you are in Hall B, B is next, and followed by C. So please, what I want us to do, if you are doing a presentation this afternoon, please go before 3:30. Make sure you go to the hall with your flash drive, your
Not actually told
computer, so that exactly 3:30. So please, we go for lunch now. We have 30 minutes for that.
Sorry, please. As it is with our culture, we allow the elders, the fellows first, then we can follow. The elders, the past presidents, the fellows goes first, then every other person can follow, please. Thank you. Our delegates. So in that order, the past presidents, the fellows, our delegates, corporate members, then students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please, we haven't been getting it right for some time now. So this afternoon, let's try and get it right. Let's allow our fellows to go in there and take what they want. By the time they are coming out, we cannot move. When all of us move there, you know what it is. Please, let's sit down. Yesterday we discussed that and we didn't do that. But today, please, let everybody sit down. Let our elders and our executive and our fellows go in first. When they're coming in, then the next set can go. Please, it's an appeal, please. Hello, Dr. Thompson, where are you? Can you say hi? Dr. Thompson, are you here? Dr. Thompson.
Two, one, two, one, two. One. 1, 2, check 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. two. One check two, 1 2. One check two, 1 2. One check two, 1 2. See, check, see, 1 2. Check two, 1 2. One check two, 1 2. One check two, 1 2. 1 2, 1 1 2. Check two, 1 2. One check two, 1 2. Check two. 1 2. 1 2, 1 2. 1 2, 1 2. Check two, 1 2. Check two.
Precious moment that we spent, they were well spent. Oh girl, yes they were. Yes they were. Don't be sad, don't be blue. You have your whole life ahead of you. Love was here, now it's gone. So it's time you keep moving on. Don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the sweet. Easy come, easy go. Don't take it personal. Take the bitter with the sweet. Some good things come to an end. No blame. we change, but we can still be free. Oh, girl, you have so much to offer to someone else in their life. If you reach out, girl, yes you can. Yes you can. Oh, don't be sad, don't be blue. You have your whole life ahead of you. That was here, now it's gone. So it's time you keep moving on. Don't take it personal, darling. That's easy come, easy go. Don't take it sitting in our class, just drifting away, staring into the windows of the world. Yeah, I can't hear the teacher. The books will call me at all. I don't see the bad boys trying to get some play, 'cause I live in the I will die for you, girl, my it's true. Mama, it's true. Yeah. Watch me now. Over your legacy, girl, me no stop crying. Open up just to be your guy. Over your legacy, girl, me no stop crying. Open up just to be your guy. I hope and pray and wish you be mine. From then till now till the end of time. I dreamt of you and I in paradise. And my mind really give me sleepless night. Romance, sexual design. Different from the rest, girl, top of the line. Over your legacy, girl, me no stop crying. Open up just to be your guy. Over your legacy, girl, me no stop crying. Open up just to be your guy. I'm crazy over you. I'm love crazy. I'm helpless. There's nothing I can do. Cupid, it must shot me with desire when I first saw your face. 'Cause I've been floating on the cloud ever since. Girl, I'm just a hopeless case. From the first time that I held you, I knew that it was just a matter of time. Before I did what comes naturally, when a pretty girl blows your mind, I think about you in the middle of the day.
Hello? Hello, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. 1, check. 2. 1, 2. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Check. Check. Check 1, 2. Check. Check. Check.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
2. 3. 1, 2. 1, check. 2. One, 2.
Yeah, talk. Talk.
1, check. 2.
Talk.
1, 2.
Hello, testing 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Testing.
1, check. 2. 1, 2.
Check. Hello. Check.
Hello.
Check 1, 2. Check.
2. Can you hear me?
Confirm. I can hear you.
Can you hear me too? 1, 2, 1, 2.
I can hear you.
I can hear you too.
Confirm, I can hear you.
Hello?
DJ, say something. I can hear you loud and
I can hear you too. I can hear you too.
clear. Yeah.
Cool.
DJ, say something.
1, 2, 1, 2.
DJ, talk.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are we good now?
I can hear you too. Cool.
All right, we are good. DJ, I can hear the music. Yeah. Okay, lower the music volume, then talk with the mic.
Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2.
All right, I can hear you.
Okay, that's cool. Let me play the music.
Delaware, omi lo ma lo. If you want go wash, now water you go use. To ba fẹ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, omi lo ma lo. If you want cook soup, now water you go use. Torí bá ń gbóná o, omi lẹ̀rọ rẹ o. If your head is hot, now water go cool am. Tọmọ bá ń dàgbà, omi ló máa lò. If your child dey grow, water him go use. If water kill your child, na water you go use. Tómi bá pamọ́ wẹ̀ o, omi náà ló máa lò. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Nothing without water. Kò sóhun tó lè ṣe kó o má lómi o. Omi yóò lọ́ọ̀ta o. Lọ́ọ̀ta. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. Omi yóò lọ́ọ̀ta o. Lọ́ọ̀ta. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. If you fight them unless you wonder. Lọ́ọ̀ta. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. I say water no get enemy. Lọ́ọ̀ta. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. If you fight them unless you wonder. Lọ́ọ̀ta. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. Omi yóò lọ́ọ̀ta o. Lọ́ọ̀ta. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. I dey talk of black man power. Water. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. I dey talk of black power. I say. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. I say water no get enemy. Water. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. If you fight them unless you won't die. Water. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. I say water no get enemy. Water. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. I say water no get enemy. Water. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. Omi yóò lọ́ọ̀ta o. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni. Omi yóò lọ́ọ̀ta o. Iná gẹ̀gẹ̀ ni.
Thank you. Next presenter. Is there any other question?
Yes.
Please. Okay, that one last question.
Good afternoon. So please, I'm not actually asking a question. I want to add to what you said. On my listening to your presentation, it was quite educative, although I didn't get much work. In your presentation, actually, I just wanted to drop a comment also. From what I understood and from what I observed, I'll say you spent more time on your introduction. And on your conclusion, when presenting action, you're not meant to read what you're presenting. Okay? You're meant to look at it and teach us what you're saying. But you were reading through. You want to add to that. Maybe next time.
Thank you.
We'll be taking the next paper. Mr. Temi, are you ready for us? Okay. The Fatai online. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Akobuaje. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. You have 10 minutes.
I'm presenting a paper on the technical investigation for the construction of a one-story building at Ogolomabri in Nembe Bayelsa State. These are the outline, the introduction, the map, the method of study, presentation of result, conclusion, and summary. The Nembe falls between the Niger Delta, the western part of the Niger Delta, that are coastal areas and they are deltaic in nature. They are swampy and they have huge residential gap because of the terrain, the way the terrain are, and they fall between the marginal areas because most of the areas in Nembe are reclaimed as a result of the environment. The aim of this study is to know the soil profile of the area, around the area, to carry out the bearing capacity analysis. And the objective, if somebody will say, why would you do a soil investigation for a one-story building? If you go to Nembe, you see that even the bungalows are settling, they are cracking and they are settling. They have faults on them. So we decide to carry out this work to determine the soil profile in order to get a good foundation for the building. This is the study area, the satellite map of Nembe, Ogolomabri, to be precise. This study, we had three parts for the study: method of study, the field investigation, which we drilled with percussion drilling, we sampled, we logged the sample, we did standard penetration tests, we took the samples to laboratory, we did moisture content, ataba limit, particle size, bulk density on drain triaxle, consolidation, and organic determination. And we did analysis for bearing capacity, for raft foundation, and differential settlement. This is the plate 1 and 2 percussion drilling method SPT in Nembe. That's the percussion drilling rig. Discussion of result. Log 1 and log 2, this is the stratigraphy of the soil at the project site. The first layer of the soil is a reclaimed area because the marginal area. The second layer is a peaty soil. The third layer is an organic clay. The fourth layer is silty sand, and the fifth layer is the sand. This is a fence diagram for the borehole, correlated. The borehole was drilled to the depth of 20 meters. This is showing the soil properties according to the layers of the soil, the thickness of the soil, the moisture content, the average for each layer, layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. As you all know, layer 1 is sand fine to gray. Layer 2 is peaty dark. Layer 3 is clay organic dark, while layer 4 is sand silt to fine. These are the SPT values, the minimum, the maximum, the plasticity index, the liquid limit, the plastic limit, the bulk density, the settlement, the SPT, the percentage of sieve passing, and the unified soil classification. This is just a sample of the sieve analysis graph. This is an ataba limit result with the liquid limit very high, 205%. The plastic limit is 103, and the plasticity index is 102. You can see from this graph that it has a very high liquid limit. So when there is overflow of water, the liquid limit is very high. It moves to almost a watery state. So any engineering that is designing foundation around there have to be very careful because of the liquid limit result. This is showing the consolidation graph. This is summary of the foundation results. The triaxial, the bearing capacity value, the factor of safety, and the allowable bearing capacity. In summary, the settlement analysis of the soil, this is a summary of the settlement analysis of the soil, the undrained cohesion, how many percentage of the soil will settle in 50 years' time, in 90 years' time, and the total settlement of the soil in centimeter. In conclusion, the soil has fine grain, sand filled up to 3 meters thick. The second layer is a peaty dark gray, 1.5 meter thick, organic soil with 7.5 meter thick, sand sealed to fine of 12 meter thick. The study area has low bearing capacity. The study area is submerged by water. The study area has high moisture content. So we recommended that raft foundation should be used for the building and it should be boomed at 0.8 meters. The computed settlement data for the project indicate that the settlement will be 0.177 centimeter for the project site. The long-time settlement for the building will take, 0.072 meter to settle per year. And it's safe for the engineer to design because it is above the settlement limit. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to make a comment. Listen to you. Well, can you go to the first slide? Make the second slide. The next slide. Next. Yes. I think you are supposed to have only several objectives. But you have so many aims here. And what is most important here is this. You had already looked at the conclusion before starting the analysis, because you're already talking about bearing capacity analysis for rafts. How do you even know that it's going to be rafts? There are several other foundation types that could be recommended. But that is after your investigation, after looking at all of the facts. And you also went straight to the raft analysis. And in your conclusion, you already also recommended rafts before looking at the settlement analysis. I also feel all the settlement analysis needed to have been done. These are the factors that guide you to recommending which type of foundation. Again, doing your settlement analysis, I also believe that you needed a dimension, even if it is for the purpose of design, because the parameters that will aid in calculating the settlement with respect to your building, they needed the dimensions, the width dimension, you needed the depth of the foundation and all of that. So again, we needed to know whether the influence zone of your foundation, even when placed at 0.8 meters, may not exceed beyond your 3 meters and punch into the weak layer of peat that underlies your 3 meters. From what you have said, you have 3 meter thick sand, you have 2 meters thick peat, which has the density of water, technically almost, not carrying anything. It has negative screen friction. Then you go to another organic clay layer. So it is important that you don't just plate at 0.8. You also need to verify to us that your raft foundation will not have the influence of its dimension of the building or whatever proposed structure you have punching into the weak layer. Well, it's a good work you've done. Very fantastic one. But please take note of all of these comments. Thank you. Can we take comments from the audience?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Study on people is that they tend to be stereotyped. Problem is organization. I'll have that problem in my next because my slides were done for me by my just sent me a few minutes ago. But I'm going to run across. I'll just tell you, go to that one. No wahala. No wahala. Actually, it's about the LNG forecast. How far we're putting to level. He did IT with me, and he became my worker and my supervisor. Site supervisor, he's very good site man. But I have a problem with him about writing. Yeah, I sit on the board now. But he's a very good man in the field. My friend, you hear what?
Yes, sir.
You know him very well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He used to live with me in Port Harcourt, you know.
Yes, sir.
So listen very carefully, okay?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, the slide should remain. So we don't want to see the presenters, whether it's handsome or beautiful, is the presentation. So can we have it? Can we have the presentation? Okay, so we've talked about this. Okay, just go down. You still to point out in line with what President said, to point out a few other things so that we know. Can we move with the slides, please? Okay, move on. Let me see the previous one. I want to point out something there. Data analysis, differential settlement analysis. Differential settlement analysis. Differential settlement is the settlement of a structure that is as a result of different sections of the building settling due to the variation in the compressibility of the different parameters. So you make, that can only be a deduction and a recommendation. So you don't carry out a differential settlement analysis. You rather carry out consolidation settlement analysis. So you take notice of that. Yes. So let's move on, please. Just take notice. Let's move on. Okay, go ahead. Discussion, go ahead. Okay, now let's look at the first borehole. The first one, like President noted, is you see it's 3 meters thick, reclaimed sand. Reclaimed sand. Which of the samples, or at what depth, which sample did you carry out the consolidation test?
At the clay.
The clay, that's the third layer.
Yes.
But don't you think that the pit needed that analysis? And even the reclaimed area, because upon reclamation, the soil has to undergo natural consolidation. So that requires a consolidation analysis because there will be settlement of that layer. And then the pit layer is even the most problematic. And your consolidation was only done with the organic clay, which of course is also a problem area. So for this kind of environment, you ought to carry out consolidation on these 3 layers at least.
Okay.
So that should be done. And then at a depth of 0.8 meters,
yes, sir,
when you have very weak layers at the bottom.
Foundation, you can recommend a shallow foundation, give them conditions under which shallow foundation could be utilized, and give limitations if their load the imposed load is going to be beyond whatever you have recommended as your allowable bearing pressure. After looking at that, if that load is not sufficient for them or they are going deeper, he also did not mention the groundwater condition here. But I think I don't want us to analyze this because it's what we do every day. When we go in there, we are going to pass this whole thing down. And why are you not recommending Power Foundation?
We did not recommend Power Foundation because Power Foundation will be too expensive.
Okay, good. Let me say this. It is not for us as geotechnical engineers or engineering geologists to say what is expensive or what is not expensive. What is important is that we are giving a decision that is sustainable and a recommendation that fits. Yes, that fits the site condition. If they have to do piling to 200 meters, if that's the only thing that will sustain, then they would have to do. If they cannot do, then they move away from that point to build somewhere else. Sir? If there are no other place, then of course there are other solutions. There is vibroflotation. Are we looking at that? We can do soil compaction at some point. We can look at that and look at the effect. What I'm saying here is, don't limit a recommendation to just one or just raft. And you had anticipated that raft even before you began this analysis. That is my greatest concern. You do not anticipate a particular type of foundation before you recommend it. It is the data that will lead you to recommending it. But by and large, a good work. And then I must say, I think it's a manual rig that he used. I think that's what he used in Port Harcourt. Okay. The reason I say that is when you take SPT with that manual rig, the energy levels are, there is energy correction levels are. You taught us all of this, sir. An energy correction level to your SPT. Because if this man, who is not as strong as you, of course, if you are looking at your weight and size, holds that material and drawing that sample, the energy is impacting to count the number of blows to take the first 150 mm. By the time he's doing the next 150 mm, he's tired. So it will drop and you count more energy blows for that level, indicating higher density. And that is misleading. Especially when it is going to a greater depth. If they are doing that, taking that SPT, say for example, around 20 meters. By the time the shell, the SPT rod and all of that, before you go down, the spoon rather, before it gets down, there is energy dissipation along the line. So there has to be correction factors. None of these were used in this analysis. It is of course, a reason for us to do more, but I think you would have to do a lot more if this paper is able to be accepted, either for our journal or whatever. So, but by and large, you can do a lot. Yes. Thank you very much. Everybody wants to enter you. Okay.
I warn him. You know, I've been under my cover all along. So this is a solo flight. I said, my friend, money is sweet, but don't look at money to take us. I said, you're going. And I'm not the guy who gave the job. He was on the team of the LNG job, which I'm going to present it. One of the engineers. He came to me and said, no. He told me the situation. It's a mash area. And I know the place very well. Water level is on the top. So, even they say, I said, look, we are going there because you want money. Be careful. So you can see the result of what has happened now. I beg. So now my people said, you beat him with the left hand and take it with the right hand. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so please let's so that you just understand. Now the reason why we are pointing out this is we've had these arguments on saying if you want to carry out an investigation, yes, it's geotechnics, but you should understand why you are carrying out the investigation. And then each study objective goes with the kind of analysis that you should apply. Just like you rightly mentioned here, for a water table condition, the calculation of bearing capacity must apply water correction factor. So that's how we are saying it. So please, there's something I want to show you there. Just go down. Let me pick it. Go down. Go to the results. Move on. Okay, two things. Let me just, your particle size distribution first. Your particle size distribution. Let me show you something there. It's not moving. Okay, fantastic. Now, this sample was taken from, was it from the pit or the organic clay?
We did particle size on the reclaimed sand and we did on the sand.
Okay, this one, is this from the reclaimed sand?
Yeah, this is from the reclaimed sand.
Okay, now again, you see, these are the issues the reclaimed sand is where you're recommending the foundation. And your problem from this site is the pit and the organic clay. So from here, looking at this particle size distribution, I know that this is sand. And it looks like it's wet sieving. So you're supposed to carry out particle size distribution because clay, pit and clay are the problem of this site. So you should concentrate your energy even on the pit and the clay. Your particle size distribution should either use sedimentation or hydrometer so that you can come out, know the percentage of clay, the clay content in this soil, because the problem is constituted by the clay content. So you don't have to do a wet sieving or analyze, do particle size for the sand layer. So you should do for the pit and the organic one. So this graph is going to come down to the 0.01, 0.001, and then you can now calculate the percentage composition of the clay in that soil, which is going to constitute the problem, because that's where consolidation settlement is going to come from. Let's go to the consolidations analysis. Okay. Okay, so now for your consolidation analysis. Okay, it's okay. So let's leave here. We can talk outside. Thank you. Later we'll discuss about this.
Yes. Florence, my name once again. You have given the correction, but I wanted to point it out so that everyone of us, especially our students, will know. Your aim has to do with the topic. Press the your name has to your aim has to do with the topic. For instance, your topic is geotechnical investigation for the construction. The aim has to be something like to investigate for the construction of a one-story. Then the method you use and the rest of it comes under your objectives for some of us. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Professor Teme, are you ready?
Who is there?
Which
Who
of
is
the
there?
papers are we taking, sir?
Walaikum salam.
Mr. Chairman,
I
come
don't
there
know.
together. Go, Chairman.
Awesome.
So what I'm going to do now is that for this 5% out, I talked to the president this morning. I called my manager. Important. So I told him, David, that is of course, produce the PowerPoint for me to present for one of the papers. And after they took this one, that's the money LNG are putting about. They want almost 1 kilometer long that will have an energy spend. What he has done now, just saw it about 30 minutes ago. When I'm free, like a teacher, and prepare a PowerPoint for me. It doesn't even he hasn't got a couple of these. Neither has he got a piece of abstract. So of the 5, I'm taking that of LNG, which is shallow foundations in parts of the coastal zone of the Niger Delta subregion. Okay? So from beginning, topic is wrong because that's what paper they did. Now, well, I won't put on myself in all this figure, just do what is in the report. The big report itself. So I'll not go through that. I'll not go through it. Abstract is very long. This is the site. But I'll come back to that. But first of all, let me go to yes. This is the site. Foundation in parts of the coastal zones of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria. Case of a 3-story multiple apartment building. And I said, total, I don't want to report. I don't want LNG to know that. I've not told them about it. That's why you see plotted out that of LNG. This is the area. What's that? No. The I've shown you that long view that costs LNG 2 million deficit. Collapse. I was called upon to create and get a new design. Now, I told you the ecology first before now find the type of furniture. So you first of all have to look at the ecology which I've done here. This ecology let me sorry. Can you lower the light a bit? Put on the light so that you can see more. Yeah. Okay, so you can see this is red line. Okay. This where is that? This is the Sinacon. What are going for? Let's see. Dimensional. Or two-dimensional. Like, and I think it's well. That, and then by Nembe, and Nembe is almost flat. And here, one is by the coast, and they have a lot of land. They also have to translate land. So after seeing the profile that can now decide, again, the building, one building, three-story building, and by definition, and by standard, three-story building, which you have to break up as a settlement. So people can design the condition system here. The condition system now depends on the settlement condition. That's why I want to take it. The next slide I'm going to show, probably have to go straight to settlement. Well, go back to it later. Let's go to settlement. To my mind, it's the most important table. Also, if I go to settlement, let's do a couple of months. The first one failed because he used. And you ask me, what do you use that? How can somebody use a place like Nembe where he used? But we discovered that it failed because it wasn't well designed. And I told the panel, right, the panel was composed of Netherlands, US, Lagos, Port Harcourt. We had 7 Zoom meetings. I haven't failed. I haven't lost $2 million. We are separate by the so they but 7 Zoom meetings. Run by Netherlands, US. Not be that after going to use something that's called most of that's the first time most of the engineers get it. A by definition is a basket. A raft is a basket, and being a basket, it floats. And if you invite it, 100% that's to use the but that I use consisted of 0.55% basket, ground level is ground level there, and then 0.65%. Now, what is in between here? They did not feel the detailed soil analysis. What is appropriate drain site? That's it. Put from time money. That's appropriate. we had that was Bonnie. We can get that right. So, and I told them we're going to mix sand and jelly sand, polygrade sand, and some very good material found on site. Go back and see this is now. So we've done that now. Client, engineer, owner, when the court of the people that I got that all of them, because I after lecture, that matter, I would pay, I would lost $2 million. So it took a long time to complete that. Eventually, without that, if you are done very well, but for this one, that area is my life. So let's do that. No questions. I haven't done that. Now decide to go back to you. I want that to come back. I go to the school and I make sure that I give you points and reasons why I'm doing that. And to satisfy you, because the interaction for them, I use different kinds of design by camping. Exactly goes there. And the male man I know very well. You're right. Close to 1 hour. Very nice. Very particular engineer. Method was like this. But both an improvement on men. So now on that method, this is basic sort of condition. If you have done, would have been modified several times at all pollution point at Ogoni land. I modified the pollution 5 times. These factors of the pollution. So this is the question we use. Sorry, I'm trying to. I haven't decided on the type of pollution to use. And different types, the 5 types, exactly. Tell you. Exactly when he left Austria, in Austria, when he went to US and established mechanics. When some of my friends, I won't mention names, who finished many years after me, went to the US and studied after geology, second to marry, and so it's key to foundation engineering. Okay? Now I would say that, let me now go ahead. Now went ahead and the analysis we got gave the result of this paper. Now, therefore, you have to find a at every level. get a computer program to write to find bearing capacity to every 0.5 meter. Did back analysis. And globally, Netherlands, US, Port Harcourt. So that's the result of that. Because if you don't know exactly, you don't know. I'm coming. So at the end of the day, we came up with the design. This 3 weeks ago, construction. These are the people. One more. This is the one on the right here. This is the first one to the computer. So LNG went to 5 times. But there are still that's the new opportunity to give an now to highway, pavement. That's another one to pay. Bid payment and give another one. No. I don't. If it's money, I wanted to show people that I studied. No, it was the thing. In Port Harcourt, he lives in my house. But still stayed in my house when he comes to Port Harcourt. We worked together in Enugu. I know him. In short, when I did the work in March, in Ikene, you know the rig I used. But you had two jobs, one in Ikene, one in Idiru. In Ikene, I used it. In Abuja, I used Simon. That's why I use that. Cannot protect it soft. So these are the results. Then they gave me a canal, and the canal was triple box culvert. See, this is really that they are very positive. They think you don't need to. So again, I told them, my friend, and I designed a 3 culvert, triple cell culvert. It's in one of the purpose. I'm not going to keep that. No time. I would have given the whole day to give this. So, Chairman, this is the result of what you have done. And everybody's happy. I got my money. I won't tell you how much. Everybody's happy.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I'm not in a position to start questioning my yoga and my grandfather, even when I have so many questions or comments. Okay, I'll take Dr. Peter Alfred.
Please let me stand. Professor, I'm talking to my teacher. He is my teacher and he's my PhD supervisor. So, number one, you don't teach a professor. Number two, you don't ask a professor question. So I'm only going to beg him to explain to us the things we don't understand, sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sir, this good work, of course, is from you, the father. Now, I'm looking at the concept of the inverted raft. So the actual implication is that rather than the raft being in the subsurface, you invert it to the surface. And then, from what I see there, if I understand the drawing well, and is resting on a pile. I saw some is sand. Yes, and so, but it looks like what on the extremes, I saw like it's either a column or a pile.
Wait, let me.
I want to understand.
Don't sit here.
No, wait, he's teaching. I told you if I want to learn.
You see, let me say everybody. This
Yes,
is
sir.
what, even when I was Zoom, engineer for Germany, after lecture.
Yes.
You see, important teams. These are done social engineering.
Yes.
Which is what they think they are above us. I say that's but not engineering. It's a team. That's one. And then the engineers call it lab and that call it important rap for everybody to know.
Okay.
So that all of us in January can know what it is. Important rap.
Okay, sir. So that we have the top mat, the lower mat.
Yeah.
Okay, and then direct just the same way a raft is put in the
Not ordinary soil, though.
Engineered soil, a reclaimed engineered soil. So because I can see that there was remediation before that. Yeah. Okay, it's okay. That's what I wanted to learn from you, sir. Thank you so much. Yes.
Exactly. What is step on beam? Engineer step on beam. I just wanted to use geology.
Thank you, sir. Prof, thank you for the presentation. I'd just like to expatiate. You didn't tell us why the first raft, the initial one, failed.
Good.
You didn't tell us so that we'll be able to juxtapose with what you have recommended, so that in case we have such kind of scenario somewhere, we'll be able to understand that, okay, this is why a raft can fail on the same soil, in the same site, where you again use the same raft. Because yes, it's still raft. Yeah, it's still raft. So it's not as if we have to remove shallow foundation and do a deep foundation. It's still raft. So we want to know why the normal raft failed. Then what is now the advantage that the inverted raft has over the normal raft that made it to sustain that structure? Thank you, sir.
That's one of the most important questions. We spent 1 week arguing on Zoom. Why the they call the man to talk. I want to make him talk. I know him. You don't know him. He goes in private. Then they put him, that's enough about it. So by the time I went there, his CPD reached one time. The one that did the CPD work for the former, for the former contractor. Let me tell you one funny story. When I was brought on board, normally he knows I have the basic materials, but I don't have the expensive ones. I'm a poor teacher. So I hire. Now, just last week, he gave me an address which I ordered in China, full complement of my now. That's the fun. It's my fun. Ask the question. The lifeboats are ready to go. Should we load the women and children first? No, men and children first. So I told him to give me an address of it. Now, why it was? Let me tell you. Attention to everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the top team, I'm requiring men and children only. 2022, this is what you wanted. Wanted to be treated equal to men? Well, this is how men are treated. Like, tell me.
The man was a member of the board of LNG. You know who gave that job? Hector's work is on the present house of the engineer who gave him that job. And he was also a member of the board. He used to meet him. So I've been brainstorming. He was there when I mentioned the then 15 years ago. But the problem is, when you have done the design and you don't put your eyes on it. So I found out during the interview that when the guy used now, most of us that invented when you want to construct, there was no evidence of even the beams and the strength and so on. Nothing. So as you are doing it, They don't even read the stage of what I told you. What I showed you. It's crazy. 3 times. They spent 2 million. They chased him. Going back to that man who gave me the job. Man who gave the job. Is 20 tons CPT. You know 20 tons? That's the heaviest so far in Nigeria. We have 45 tons in America. So here in Nigeria, I don't know what Lagos have 125. So the rate is this was and when I was doing the job, money was small. I don't charge. I want to see my company. Let people see my work and company. Not look for a job. In the 400, as yesterday, I've done 487. Just before 487 jobs by this young man. One job, this bunny job, I think about. When you pick up and it's they come to you. So he went there, he doesn't know what Arab is all about. He wants to use PLC to construct draft, and he did it. So using white, 12, white, 10. That's what it is. Why it is what it is. No, why that is the business of the world. They are known as white. In the lecture by Lagos man today, so he told us something about rap. And was expecting the rap. And I saw the rocks. Look at life. What my telling?
Hello, ma. I'm still online. Okay. Okay.
Thank God. That was the principle. Later, I get work. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we appreciate our professor, sir? But one major thing that scared me, sir.
I'm waiting for your question.
One thing that scared me most is if you go to your first slide, sir. First slide. Please move it to the first slide.
First?
Yes. Please put him up. First slide, please. I saw 73-story building and I nearly entered my.
Assalamu alaikum. Arin buru-buran. Asma ke mewe.
Okay.
The tallest building in Nigeria which I designed, just one lake in Yanaba, which is standing there, stands at the tallest building in Nigeria. I'm told a person has one. So based on that work I did, that the man called me after the one collapsed. But they're about to pack up in Nigeria. He said, no, don't pack. I know somebody in the US who can do it for you. That's what I was told. That's what I had to. So I studied. So how can I fail? I can't fail. I was going to educate professors in Germany, in Belgium. You're on Zoom.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Just for a comment for every other person, I think when I saw you achieve 162 kilonewton per square meter at 0.6 meters, it looks almost impracticable. Yes, 162 kilonewton per square meter. That is a very high capacity at 0.6 meter for those who know what that load is. That load is equivalent to 162 divided by 15. That's about 10-story building capacity mobilized at that level. But again, I cannot query, sir, because you did your settlement analysis and your engineering field has 0% C property. That means there is no clay content at all. You also did not let us understand that those engineering field, how you compacted them, or were they under density or gravity compaction before you can achieve that load. Okay. For some of us in the field, that is a very big load to be achieved by an engineering field at that depth. Again, I'm not querying my Ogasa. I'm only making a comment.
Okay, those who want to know more after this, go to Lord follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
President.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Then there is somebody that's going to join us virtually. Is online.
Abdul Fatai.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he ready?
Yes, ma'am. Ready, ma'am.
But it's online.
I'm online, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Tell him to open his video.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me, ma'am?
I can't hear you here. This end.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Unmute yourself.
Okay, ma'am.
I'm trying to link you up to Zoom.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? All protocol duly observed. I am Abdul Fattah Ibrahim Asema. I'm presenting on hydrogeochemical classification and groundwater quality status of Pico sheet, North Central Nigeria. This is my presentation outline. Freshwater account for approximately 3% of the world water resources, with 2/3 of these existing as ice that cannot be accessed easily. Groundwater, however, constitute about 60% of what is left of the remaining 1/3, which makes it a very important source of water. Groundwater, apart from its abundant quantity, the quality is often good. The cost of development is low compared with surface water development. It is available in most areas, and the resources is often renewable. Improper waste management increase pollution load in groundwater. Agricultural activities could also result to the degradation of groundwater resources with organic and inorganic pollutants. Nitrate and phosphate are common pollutants from agriculture. Solid waste and effluent are also pollutants, are also contributors to pollutants of groundwater. Waste from mining activities also contribute to the pollution of groundwater. Polluted groundwater, when consumed, could cause irreversible damage. Nigeria Industrial Standard recommend on page 200 of the standard for drinking water quality that the quality status of groundwater should be reviewed at least once in every 3 years. Sheet-wide hydrogeochemical classification and assessment of quality status of groundwater within Pico sheet has not been carried out. It is for these reasons that the hydrogeochemical classification and quality status of groundwater for drinking purpose within Pico sheet was undertaken to serve as a base for future research. This could aid in the proper management and protection of groundwater resources. The aim of this study is to hydrogeochemically classify the groundwater within Pico sheets and also determine its quality status. And these aims were achieved through determination of its physical characteristics, determination of its chemical characteristic, classification of groundwater of the study area using tools such as Piper diagram, Durov diagram, and comparing of results with non-standards such as Nigerian Standard for Drinking Water Quality, World Health Organization Standard, and United States Environmental Protection Agency Standard for Drinking Water Quality. The study area is Pico sheet, and it is located on latitude 9 to 930 and longitude 630 to 7 degrees. It is bounded to the north by Mina sheet and to the south by Gulu sheet. It is bounded to the west by Abuja sheet, and to the east. It is bounded to the east by Abuja sheet and to the west by Bida sheet. Geologically, the area comprises of about 85% basement complex and 15% sedimentary rocks. Lithologically, the sheet comprises of alluvium, lateritic cap sandstone, quartz grain porphyritic granites, and others. Hydrogeological studies shows that the fracture pattern within part of Pico town was discrete, localized, and discontinuous. And the average depth to aquifer in part of Lapai is 36.75 meters. The yield of shallow ground sedimentary aquifer is between 1.4 to 2.8 liters per second, while those within granitic gneiss migmatite ranges between 0.8 to 1.8 liters per second. The accumulation and flow of groundwater within Pico sheet is largely controlled by rock types, fractures, and slope. Then methodology. The method adopted for this research included fieldwork and laboratory analysis. The fieldwork comprised of water sampling for the purpose of evaluation of physical characteristics and chemical characteristics. Random sampling techniques was used, and a total of 66 and 59 water samples were collected for dry and wet season respectively. Physical characteristics that was carried out include pH, TDS, electrical conductivity, and temperature. For groundwater chemistry, microplasma atomic mass atomic emission spectroscopy was used for the cations, and ion chromatography was used for the anions. The analysis was done in Center for Dry Land Agriculture in Bayero University, Kano. Rockwork 15 was used to plot Piper diagram, Durov, and Stiff pattern, while IBM SPSS statistic 21 was used to plot Schuler. Piper was used to classify groundwater according to Piper and Bach. Classification with Drew was done in accordance with Lloyd and Heathcote. Schuler diagram was used to compare the hydrogen geochemical characteristic of groundwater sample using Schuler 1959, while the Stiff diagram was used to show the proportion of ionic concentration in samples. Results were compared with known standards such as Nigeria Industrial Standard, United States Environmental Protection Agency Standard, and World Health Organization Standard. Then the quality status was determined using pollution index. Now the result, this is the summary of the chemical and physical parameter of groundwater from the studied area. The analysis shows that the cation has calcium ion as the most abundant cation, while chromium ion is the least. The anions has sulfate as the most abundant, while nitrite as the least. All anions were within the standard of Nigerian drinking water quality and others, except sulfate that exceeded the Nigerian standard and World Health Organization standard in just one location. Cations such as magnesium, aluminum, arsenic, and mercury were higher than the standard in all samples. Others such as iron, lead, manganese, nickel, and calcium were recorded in some samples. They are higher in some samples. The remaining cations such as sodium and zinc were within Nigeria Industrial Standard. Others such as cobalt, vanadium, and potassium had no basis for comparison. The mean value of pH fall within the range of Nigeria Industrial Standard and United States Environmental Protection Agency Standard for dry season samples alone, while they fall outside the range for wet season samples. The southern half of the area had higher pH value than the northern half. All TDS and electrical conductivity value are within the Nigeria Industrial Standard. Now, classification. The first classification was done with TDS according to Gore 1958, and all the water were classified as fresh because the TDS value, the mean TDS value of all sample were below, the TDS value was below 1,000. Then the next classification was with Piper diagram. From the analysis, most of the water sample plotted within the region where strong acid exceeded weak acid in the central diamond-shaped diagram. The approximately 94% of the water within Pico sheet belongs to calcium, magnesium, chloride, sulfate, and bicarbonate water types. The remaining water types plotted within the region of calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, and carbonate, chloride, and sulfate. Classification with Durov diagram. About 80% of the water sample from dry season analysis show that there are no dominant anions and cations, signifying that a simple dissolution hydrochemical process must have taken place in the water, while during rainy season, 88% of water sample had no dominant anions and cation, which is also a reflection of simple dissolution hydrochemical. Is also as a result of simple dissolution hydrochemical process. The stiff plot shows that majorly 4 types of shapes, and for 60%, 21%, and 12%, and 7% of the samples had similar shapes. For Schuler diagram, it shows that the distribution of cations are similar. This is a diagram showing some of the locations that was analyzed. The distribution pattern is similar, whereas the anion distribution pattern are diverse. They are not as similar as the cation. For example, the cation, they have 85% similarity in distribution pattern. Then classification with pollution index to determine the quality status and the drinkability of the water from the studied area.
Abdul Fatai,
sir,
you have 1 minute, please.
Okay,
minute.
sir.
Share your slide for the conclusion so that we can see.
Okay, sir.
Your conclusion.
In conclusion, the calcium, magnesium, and chloride sulfate bicarbonate was the dominant water type, while simple dissolution was the dominant hydrochemical process that have affected the quality of groundwater. There were 4 hydrochemical processes: simple dissolution, recharge water in limestone or sandstone and other aquifers, reverse ion exchange, and mixed water. But the dominant hydrochemical process is simple dissolution. Majority of cation had similar pattern of distribution, while the anions had diverse pattern of distribution. The groundwater of the study area was polluted by iron, nickel, potassium, magnesium, aluminum, cadmium, arsenic, mercury, and lead, as shown by the pollution index. Presence of metals in groundwater could have been as a result of geogenic process, especially the dissolution of mineral rich in these metals. Anthropogenic activities must have also contributed reasonably, as waste from mining, agriculture, and domestic activities were discarded into the environment without standard practice. The presence of sulfate in Lambata in elevated amount could be attributed to geogenic sources such as oxidation of sulfur-rich minerals. Mining of sulfur-rich mineral is close by in the neighborhood, that is Baban Sauni. Purification with materials such as rice husk, activated charcoal, and maize cob to reduce the metal load of groundwater is recommended. It is also recommended that the water be boiled before drinking. Evaluation of groundwater quality status of the study area after 3 years of this work is recommended as suggested by the Nigeria Industrial Standard 2007. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Can you please give him a round of applause, please? Mr. Abdul Fatai, thank you very much. I learned you have another paper tomorrow, but please familiarize yourself with how you are going to share your slide from your end.
Okay, sir.
We enjoy your conversation, we enjoy the presentation, but we need to see figures and be able to query what you have presented to us.
Okay,
what
sir.
you have presented is often, when we speak to your tables, is only when we can ask questions.
Okay,
But
sir.
now, geochemical analysis, we don't have any table to analyze. We cannot ask any intelligent question or make significant comments. So please try to familiarize yourself with how you can share your screen.
Okay, sir.
It is very important. I don't know what your next paper is, but are there comments from, this is going to be our last paper for today. So we have a comment from or question from Dr. Abidjan.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Abdul Fatai and the president. Like the president noted, it's difficult, but I think I just picked one or few things from your statements that I'd like for you to throw some, make some verification. In your introduction, I have two things I'd like for you to throw light on. You say the groundwater, is it quantity or quantity? I need to be clear.
It's quality, sir.
Okay, quality.
Yes,
it's
sir.
influenced by two factors. You see, you mentioned factors, and then you mentioned rock type. So I'd like for you to explain how the fractures and the rock types influence the quality of the groundwater. That's number one. Number two, disparities. I think it should be for the wet season. It was only sulfate that looks like, if I got you correctly, sulfate, that was the only one that was fell outside the specification of Nigerian industrial standard.
Yes, sir.
And then for the wet season, we also have cations that fell outside. Can you explain the reason for the seasonal variation and then the disparity in the other season, why much of the cations were far beyond the specification of the Nigerian industrial standard?
Okay, sir.
Comment, please.
Where I actually discussed the rock type is under the geology of the area, but the rock type can affect the quality of water if it contains some of these elements that can affect the quality of water. If those elements get dissolved as a result of some geochemical processes, it gets into the groundwater, thereby increasing the content of those elements in groundwater. Then as for sulfate was only noticed in dry season. Sulfate was only recorded in higher amount in Lambata in dry season, not in wet season. And I said the reason could have been as a result of mining activities, such as lead zinc mining in the neighborhood of Babansauni. Okay. Then as for the reason why there are variation in the elements in different seasons, I think it's as a result of dissolution of some of these elements in groundwater. For example, if it is dry season, the dissolution is expected to be higher. Then if it is dry season, if it is wet season, dissolution is expected to be higher. If it is dry season, the decrease in water level could cause the increase, could cause the increase in the concentration of those elements in groundwater.
Okay, thank you very much. My comment is this would have been an excellent paper if you have seen those.
So the audio quality, sir.
Water quality. Those are the things we need to see. They will not
The audio quality is poor, sir.
We don't know what's in it.
Hello?
If you are still we are nowhere to between the bicarbonate so most of what I say. So please,
hello?
tomorrow paper. Are you hearing me?
Yes, to some extent, sir.
Use your headphone tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
And then also give us the graphs and figures and tables.
Okay,
and
sir.
Talk to yourself. I'm not If I'm examining, I won't fail you. If I give you incomplete, because you're not giving us the tables. You don't know what I've talked right now. You're a good talker, but we don't ask all those tables to know whether they are permanent or other things. No, I know the commission is a very interesting subject. But if you are showing those plots, would have agreed with you. Again, you know, I told us the subsurface geology of the area, who determines the quality of the groundwater. You know, told us what the structural characteristics of the subsurface. You mentioned the fracture. Fracture.
I'm not.
Well, exactly. Listen to me. If you are going to fracture, you are now putting yourself in trouble. Because ground flow in fractured media is complex. If it's that the case, you not told us the cubic law. Yeah. Go ahead about cubic law of ground flow in fractured media. Well, we forgive you because we're not so interested.
Thank you very much. I think we have to call it a day. We have to call it a day. It's been an excellent presentation from him. I hope you would be able. Now he's sharing the slide. You can imagine. When we are finished,
I'm just trying to learn how to use this device, so that is the problem.
We appreciate the confession. We have seen this slide, they would have been able to speak more to it. Please take notice. Sure, you use your headphone tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
So that we will not be seeing only your cap. Thank you very much, everybody. So please, if you have a paper tomorrow, or you know anybody that has a paper tomorrow, let them bring their slides today. We need to load them today, and we are starting as early as is in the schedule for tomorrow. We will not start 1 minute late. We assure you by God's grace. Thank you very much. Clap for me now. Pabi. I think 32. Madam will talk to him. You can even share from there. You won't have the mistake tomorrow again. I'm sure he has learned that. So yes, thank you, Mr. Abdul Fattah Ibrahim. Thank you welcome, so much. Sir. Yes, we are done, welcome. Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. I think we can disperse for today. Do we need to do anything again? God bless you. 9 o'clock on the dot, we are starting. Let all of us be here before 9 o'clock. By 9 o'clock, we are starting. We will not be 1 minute late. Fellows night is today, and it's strictly by invitation. This is past 6. I think we should be starting by 6 or by 7. So you can go and freshen up our fellows. Then we'll come back by 7. Thank you, sirs.
Stop sharing. So I see you can